Chapter 2022. Nine-story Devil Tower? What's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The demon lord said, if I remember correctly, this should be a sacrificial tower built by the primitive devil clan. Lin Feng naturally knew about the primitive devil clan. There were still traces of the primitive devil clan in the 9 prefectures' underground world. The primitive devil clan was the oldest devil clan, and they were extremely powerful. There were even rumors that the Sky Devil clan and the Earth Devil clan were created by the primitive devil clan. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if these rumors were true, but there was one thing he was sure of. The primitive devil clan had indeed enslaved the Sky Devil clan and the Earth Devil clan. The Earth Devil clan was relatively weak, so it was understandable that they were enslaved by the primitive devil clan. However, the Sky Devil clan was a very powerful clan. They had actually been enslaved by the primitive devil clan for countless years. From this, one could see how terrifying and powerful the primitive devil clan was. Therefore, anything that was related to the primitive devil clan was definitely not a small matter. Just like the 9-story devil tower that the demon lord was talking about. However, Lin Feng immediately cursed in his heart. The primitive devil clan was too wicked. They actually hanged such a beautiful female cultivator. They really deserved to be stabbed. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. Sacrificial tower? You're saying that this 9-story devil tower is a place where the primitive devil clan worships. The demon lord nodded and said, it's like this. The 9-story devil tower is a sacrificial tower in the primitive devil clan's sacred ground. It's equivalent to the primitive devil clan's sacred object. Over the long years, the primitive devil clan has been divided into several different branches. However, I don't know which branch of the primitive devil clan this 9-story devil tower was passed down from. However, I'm guessing that this branch is already extinct. Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. He thought of the primitive devil kingdom in the underground world. The primitive rock devil clan was indeed far weaker than before. Firstly, it was because of the extinction of the primitive devil clan. Secondly, it was because of the collapse of their bloodline. Any bloodline would become weaker and weaker with the passage of time. For example, the inheritance of an emperor's bloodline. The great emperor's children's bloodline was the strongest. When it came to the grandchildren's generation, the great emperor's bloodline would become thinner and thinner. After each generation, the great emperor's bloodline would become thinner and thinner until it completely disappeared and became an ordinary bloodline. Of course, there was no lack of people who had suddenly awakened the powerful bloodline of their ancestors. But ancestral awakening cultivators, it was simply too rare. Yue asked, Senior brother, what should we do now? Do you want to enter and take a look? Lin Feng nodded. All right, let's go in and take a look. He and you carefully walked towards the 9-story devil pagoda. The two of them entered the 9-floored demonic pagoda. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had come here. Dust had long accumulated in the 9 floors of the Devil Tower. The first floor of the Devil Tower was filled with bronze pillars. Lin Feng checked and found that there were a total of 999 bronze pillars. 3 nines, this is an extreme number. Lin Feng frowned. 9 was the ultimate number. Theoretically, it shouldn't appear. But in this place, there were actually 3 nines. This was too strange. Usually, where the ultimate number, 9, appeared, something strange would definitely happen. Thus, Lin Feng's expression became much more serious. There are runes on the bronze pillars. Yue said. Lin Feng nodded and went to a bronze pillar with Yue. They carefully observed the runes on the bronze pillars. These runes formed pictures. A huge temple appeared in the middle of these pictures. Huge bronze pillars stood in front of the temple. Countless people were kneeling on the ground. They were worshiping the temple, and each bronze pillar had a person tied to it. Suddenly, the earth fire was ignited. The temperature of the bronze pillars continued to rise. The people who were tied to the copper pillars were scalded to death. Punishment by burning. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. These pictures looked very much like the punishment by burning. Lin Feng had heard of this punishment before. In some secular countries, there were cruel punishments like this. Senior brother, these bronze pillars, could it be that they were also used to— Yuer's voice trembled slightly, but she did not continue. Lin Feng knew what Yuer wanted to say. These 999 bronze pillars might really be a torture tool used to burn others. Perhaps. After all, this place is the sacrificial tower of the primordial demon race. Who knows how many innocent people have died here? Lin Feng said. Yuer said, this primordial demon race is really too despicable. Lin Feng said, back then, the primordial demon race was too powerful. They were high and mighty, and no one dared to resist them, because if they resisted, the only thing that awaited them was death. Let's go to the second floor to take a look. The two of them walked towards the second floor. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in the first floor of the demon pagoda. This gust of cold wind caused Lin Feng and Yuer to have goosebumps all over their bodies. When Lin Feng and Yuer looked around, their expressions changed drastically. This was because there was actually a cultivator tied to each of the bronze pillars. But now, these cultivators were already dead, and their bodies had long since turned into dried corpses. How could this be? There were clearly no corpses here, just now. Yuer said with a trembling voice, the 9-floor demon pagoda was simply too demonic. Yuer's heart was filled with endless fear. Actually, Yuer wasn't the only one who was afraid. Lin Feng also felt goosebumps all over his body. He had been to many dangerous places and had experienced countless near-death experiences. However, this was the first time he had seen such a strange situation today. Lin Feng took out the myriad golden Buddha and gave it to Yuer, telling him to hold this Buddhist treasure in his hands to protect himself. He then took out a kasaya and draped it over his body. Only then did he feel slightly more at ease. He said, it's normal for some evil things to happen in a place like this. If you're afraid, then go out and wait for me. Yuer shook her head and said, I don't want to go out. I want to explore the 9-floor demon pagoda with senior brother. Lin Feng said, be careful and observe your surroundings. We can't fall into a trap. If we die here, then we'll cry but have no tears. Yuer hurriedly nodded and walked towards the second floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda with Lin Feng. When they arrived at the second floor staircase, they heard a crunching sound. It sounded like the sound of food being chewed. When they heard this sound, Lin Feng and Yuer's expressions changed drastically. Could there be some kind of living creature on the second floor? However, when they listened carefully to the sound of chewing disappeared. Could it be that I heard wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel suspicious. Yuer also had a puzzled expression. The two of them took a deep breath and walked towards the second floor. When they arrived at the second floor, they discovered that it was pitch black. They couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Chapter 2023. Lin Feng held on to Yuer's hand and went to the second floor. Logically speaking, even in the dark, cultivators would be able to see in the dark. However, in the dark world of the second floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda, Lin Feng and Yuer could not see anything. Their line of sight was obscured by the darkness. It was as if he had become blind. Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to sense what was inside the second floor of the demon pagoda. What a pity. Even his spiritual will did not gain anything from the second floor of the demon pagoda. The second floor isolated the senses of his spiritual will. Senior brother, this place is so strange. I feel like something is hiding in the dark, watching the two of us. Yu said with a trembling voice. Yu's perception ability was even stronger than Lin Feng's. Even Lin Feng admired this point. Now that Yu said that there was something watching them in the dark, Lin Feng did not doubt it at all. Lin Feng took out the night pearl, wanting to illuminate the second floor of the demon pagoda. However, the strange thing was that the night pearl had also turned pitch black on the second floor of the demon pagoda. Lin Feng then wanted to release the sky fire. However, after trying several times, he was unable to release the sky fire from his body. The second floor of the demon pagoda was extremely demonic, causing Lin Feng's expression to become slightly more serious. Let's go. Let's hurry to the third floor. Lin Feng said as he held onto Yu's hand and walked forward in the darkness. He recalled where the first floor of the stairs appeared. Then, in the darkness, he walked in the general direction. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that he had touched something. He reached out his hand to touch it. He felt that he had touched a face. This caused him to be greatly alarmed as he hurriedly pulled Yu back. Senior brother, what's wrong? Yu asked curiously. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, just now, I touched a human face. Yu's beautiful face turned pale with fright. Creak, creak. The sound of chewing food rang out once again, resounding throughout the second floor of the demon pagoda. It was as if it was right beside him. In the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes looking over. Senior brother, there really is something unclean, Yu said with a trembling voice. Her body was also trembling slightly. Obviously, she was frightened. A cold and gloomy aura swept over. It enveloped Lin Feng and Yu. The unknown creature in the darkness seemed to be approaching the two of them. Buzz. At this time, the thousand-form golden Buddha in Yu's hand suddenly blossomed with boundless Buddhist light. Dazzling Buddhist light surged out, enveloping Lin Feng and Yu. When the light of Buddha descended, the darkness began to disperse. Lin Feng and Yu let out a long sigh. When the darkness completely dissipated, Lin Feng discovered that the second floor of the Devil Pagoda was very spacious. Other than a few stone statues, there was nothing else. These stone statues were all statues of the ancient demon race. Could the thing I touched earlier be the face of the stone statue? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Go, let's go up and take a look. Lin Feng continued. Yu nodded and walked with Lin Feng to the third floor of the Devil Pagoda. The third floor of the Devil Pagoda was decorated like a small temple. An ancient demon was enshrined in the middle. This ancient demon had 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands. It was incomparably evil. It should be an expert of the ancient demon race. In front of the demon statue was a huge cauldron. The huge cauldron emitted waves of fishy smell. Lin Feng and Yu walked over and tiptoed to look at the huge cauldron. Yu immediately covered her mouth and retched. Lin Feng also felt a little nauseous. The cauldron was filled with fresh blood, and there were also 9 women's heads inside. The blood here hasn't dried up yet. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He guessed that this blood should be the blood of the ancient demon race or the ancient demon race. The ancient demon race. It was the most ancient race. Legend had it that this race possessed both the power of the ancient demon race and the power of the ancient demon race. Apart from the ancient demon race, there was another powerful race called the ancient demon race. Just like the ancient demon race, the ancient demon race was also abnormally powerful. The blood of the ancient demon race would never dry up. These two races had not appeared in the world for many years. No one knew if they still existed in the world. The blood in the huge cauldron had not dried up after so many years. Apart from the blood of these two races, Lin Feng could not think of any other race's blood that had not dried up after so many years. The ancient demon cauldron. It's actually this treasure. It's a supreme treasure of the ancient demon race. The demon lord said when he saw the ancient cauldron. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The ancient demon cauldron? What's so special about this cauldron? The demon lord said. It's said that the ancient demon cauldron was forged by the ancient demon race's ancestors after searching for primordial demonic stones. It has immortal runes imprinted on it. Once the immortal runes are activated, this treasure can refine a great emperor to death. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this treasure too terrifying? It was so powerful that it was simply inconceivable. Isn't this cauldron a little too tyrannical? Said Lin Feng telepathically. The demon lord said, I don't know if the rumors are true, but even if they are, refining a great emperor to death isn't that easy. First of all, you have to suppress the great emperor within the ancient demon cauldron. Only then can you refine a great emperor to death, but suppressing a great emperor is an extremely difficult task. Lin Feng said, but for the ancient demon race's ancestor, who forged this treasure, it should have been possible. The demon lord said, That's right. I heard that after the ancient demon race's ancestor forged the ancient demon cauldron, he captured divine dragons, phoenixes, azure wands, white tigers, and other sacred beasts. He used their sacred blood as raw materials to refine pills. He even suppressed a great emperor and refined him into a pill. He refined a great emperor into a pill? That's too savage. Lin Feng's expression was grave. The ancient demon race's ancestor is unimaginably terrifying. In the past, when this race was at its peak, they even caused the celestial realm to fall. The demon lord said, the ancient demon cauldron was extremely precious. Lin Feng took out a spatial bottle and stored the smelly blood and the 9 women's heads inside. He then casually tossed the bottle to the ground. He then put the ancient demon cauldron away. This was a priceless treasure. Being able to obtain such a treasure made this trip worthwhile. Lin Feng and Yu continued to walk towards the 4th level of the tower. When they arrived, they felt their scalps go numb. There were hundreds of corpses nailed to the walls of the 4th level. They were the cultivators who had been nailed to death. Their bodies hadn't decayed. These people had been dead for who knew how many years. Their bodies had been preserved so well. They also didn't know what level of experts these people had been when they were alive. Why are there so many corpses nailed to the walls? Yu asked, her face pale. Lin Feng said, something terrifying must have happened here in the past. Perhaps the extinction of the ancient demon race had something to do with it. Yes, this place is too strange. Yu nodded. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the corpses' dangling arms. Many of them had storage rings on their hands. Hee, these storage rings are too cheap for us. Junior sister, wait here for a moment. I'll go collect them all. Lin Feng grinned and walked towards one of the corpses. Chapter 2024. Lin Feng walked towards the corpse of a strong human cultivator. It was a middle-aged man who looked dignified and awe-inspiring. Even though he had been dead for many years, he still had the aura of a ruler. He must have been a powerful expert when he was alive. Senior, it's such a waste for you to die here. Let me take your treasures. Of course, don't worry, I'll burn some paper money for you. If you like beautiful women, I'll burn some paper dolls so you can enjoy life in the afterlife, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng prayed in his heart as he approached the corpse. However, when he reached the corpse, numerous runes suddenly appeared on the spear. When he saw those runes, Lin Feng's expression changed. He had seen those runes before. They were the underworld runes. The spear that had killed the human expert was actually a weapon from the underworld. How unexpected! When the underworld runes appeared, the underworld weapon released a wave of killing intent that swept towards Lin Feng. Senior brother, be careful. Er's expression changed. She couldn't help but cry out. Lin Feng hurriedly used his great defensive technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to block the attack. Pooh! However, the killing intent was too powerful. It tore through Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall like it was tofu and continued towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly took out the death god armor. Clang! At that moment, the deadly qi bombarded Lin Feng's body, but the death god armor blocked it. Lin Feng's body was blown away. Wah! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the attack didn't take his life. How terrifying! Lin Feng crawled up from the ground. Senior brother, are you all right? Asked worriedly. I'm fine. You don't have to worry. Lin Feng rubbed Er's head. Lin Feng looked at the netherworld weapon in shock. It looked so ordinary, but wasn't it a little too powerful? Even Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Are the others also nether soldiers? Lin Feng looked at the other weapons and couldn't help but mutter. The dead experts were all nailed to death by the spears. Those spears looked similar, so Lin Feng guessed that those spears were also underworld weapons. Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't collect such a powerful treasure? Lin Feng muttered. He took out the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to use the heaven-devouring jar to devour these netherworld soldiers. Lin Feng planned to devour them one by one. However, when the sky-swallowing jar's devouring power enveloped the first netherworld weapon, the netherworld weapon was still in a daze. That netherworld weapon vibrated with a terrifying energy wave, and the other netherworld weapons also began to vibrate with the same terrifying energy wave. Let's go! Lin Feng grabbed Er's hand and rushed down the stairs. He didn't even have time to collect the heaven-devouring jar. He and fled to the lower floor. The heaven-devouring jar was swept away by the killing intent emitted by the netherworld weapons. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring jar was powerful enough and wasn't destroyed. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The netherworld weapons on the fourth floor were too terrifying. There was no way he could collect them. Senior brother, let's not collect those weapons. It's too dangerous, said. Lin Feng nodded and returned to the fourth floor with He put away the heaven-devouring jar. Looking at the numerous netherworld weapons, he could only sigh at his inadequacies. What frustrated Lin Feng the most was not the fact that he had to collect so many netherworld weapons. It was that he couldn't obtain the storage rings on the experts' corpses. There were definitely countless treasures in the storage rings on the experts' corpses, but he was destined to miss them. There was nothing he could do about it. Lin Feng and walked up to the fifth floor. When they arrived at the fifth floor, the two of them saw that the walls and ceiling of the fifth floor were covered with densely packed blue bugs. Those blue bugs were currently in a deep sleep and had yet to awaken. Blue scorpion bugs. Be careful! Don't alarm these blue scorpion bugs. The demon lord couldn't help but exclaim when he saw these bugs. His tone was very serious. Lin Feng was shocked. The demon lord was so cautious. These blue scorpion bugs must be very scary. What are these things? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The demon lord replied, These are bugs that were brought out from the heaven realm. You can't underestimate anything in the heaven realm, even if it's a very ordinary bug. These blue scorpion bugs are invulnerable to fire and water, and magic treasures can't injure them. However, their attack power is incomparably strong. They can easily tear apart a cultivator's body, then drill into the cultivator's body and devour their flesh and blood. In at most 30 breaths of time, the cultivator's flesh and soul will be completely devoured. So scary. Lin Feng was shocked. The creatures of the heaven realm were indeed terrifying. He leaned over and whispered in Yu Er's ear, "You must be careful. These blue scorpion bugs are very scary. Don't wake them up. If you do, we'll be dead for sure." Yu hurriedly nodded and carefully walked towards the 6th floor with Lin Feng. When the two of them arrived at the 6th floor, they saw that there was an altar placed in the middle of the 6th floor. On the altar, there was a coffin. This shocked Lin Feng, and they walked towards the coffin. The coffin was sealed, and there were even stone nails on the lid. "I wonder what's inside. Do you want to open it and take a look?" Yu said eagerly. "We're already here. If we don't open it and take a look, we'll definitely regret it," Lin Feng said. He took out some tools and looked at the coffin. Before opening it, he counted the nails on the coffin and found that there were actually 9 nails. 9. 9 again. Lin Feng was very sensitive to the number 9. The inheritance of the celestial master path told him that the number 9 was very sensitive. Many evil things were related to the number 9. The ancient sacred emperor was known as the 9 Supremes. Until the appearance of the 100 saints, the 9 Supremes were reduced to the 9 Supremes. The reason for this was because the number 9 was too evil. When 2 9s were placed together, it was even more evil. Therefore, when he saw the 9 nails on the coffin, Lin Feng felt a little uneasy. However, Lin Feng was also a bold person. He took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Then he began to pry open the nails. Soon, the first nail was pried open by Lin Feng. However, at that moment, wisps of black gas escaped from the gaps in the coffin. Chapter 2025. "Senior brother, look, black chi is coming out of the coffin," Yu exclaimed as she pointed at the black chi coming out of the coffin. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and frowned as he looked at the black chi coming out of the coffin. He was worried that there might be some terrifying existence sealed inside the coffin. "Demon Lord, what do you think?" Lin Feng asked. "Ancient coffin gathers souls. This coffin is not simple. I can teach you a talisman technique. Use your divine blood to write the talisman on the yellow talisman, then use the talisman puppet to suppress the ancient coffin. If anything strange happens, you will have time to deal with it," Demon Lord said. Following that, a mass of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. This mass of information contained the rune technique mentioned by the Demon Lord. Lin Feng took out a talisman, bit his finger, and started to write the rune. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Yu looked at Lin Feng and asked in confusion. Lin Feng said as he wrote the rune, "Runes written with divine blood can suppress evil spirits, demons, and monsters." Yu nodded as if she understood and continued to write the rune. This kind of rune was very complicated. The twisting and turning runes looked like scribbles. After the rune was finished, the talisman emitted waves of shocking energy. Lin Feng stuck the talisman on the coffin. Originally, there was still black chi coming out of the coffin's cracks. However, after the talisman was stuck on the coffin, no more black chi came out. Lin Feng was delighted when he saw this. The rune technique mentioned by the Demon Lord was indeed mysterious. Who knew how much of the Demon Lord's memories had been recovered? However, Lin Feng felt that the demon lord was even more mysterious than before. Whether it was his memories or his strength, he should have recovered to an extremely high level. Kacha kacha! Lin Feng pried off the second stone nail. Soon, the third stone nail was pried off as well. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. Not long after, only the last stone nail was left. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Only the last stone nail was left. Once it was pried open, the coffin could be opened. What was inside? It was about to be revealed. Yu Er clasped her hands together and muttered something as if she was praying. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Does this little girl still believe in such things? He started to pry the ninth stone nail. Kacha kacha! Lin Feng was pried at the ninth stone nail. Lin Feng opened the coffin. When the lid of the coffin was pushed open, he and Yu Er looked into the coffin. The two of them were shocked. Inside the coffin, there was a woman. This woman was wearing a long black dress, and her figure was very hot. She had a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. However, she was clearly not human. Lin Feng saw a rune on her forehead. It was the rune of the primordial demon race. Is she an expert of the primordial demon race? She was actually placed in a 9-story demon pagoda. I wonder where she came from. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Senior brother, her eyelashes are moving. Yu Er shouted in horror. Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked over. Sure enough, her eyelashes were moving. His expression changed abruptly. This woman had been sealed in the coffin for tens of thousands of years. How could her eyelashes move? Had she turned into a zombie? A zombie? Or something like a zombie? Swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. She looked at Lin Feng and Yu Er. F***CK, your sister. Exploding corpses. Lin Feng shouted in fright. He quickly closed the coffin again. Then he wanted to nail the stone nail back. If that was the case, perhaps he could seal the woman again. Bang! However, a terrifying force blasted the coffin lid away. Even Lin Feng was sent flying. Clang! Lin Feng slammed heavily into the wall of the demon pagoda. His blood and chi roiled. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The woman tried to sit up in the coffin. However, all of a sudden, the talisman stuck on the coffin emitted an astonishing fluctuation. Then, a series of talisman characters flew out and directly suppressed the woman. The woman's body was suppressed by the runes. She couldn't get up. The woman began to struggle violently. Her cultivation was simply too terrifying. Clumps of demonic energy were emitted from her body. The demonic energy was corroding the runes. Crack! Crack! The runes began to crack. Let's go! Lin Feng climbed up from the ground. He grabbed Yu Er's hand and quickly went downstairs. He had to leave before the woman broke the seal. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Perhaps he might really die in this place. When Lin Feng and Yu Er arrived at the 5th level of the demon pagoda, they discovered a terrifying scene. The blue scorpion worms here had already awakened. Many of them were wriggling. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Yu Er felt their scalps go numb. Lin Feng grabbed Yu Er and rushed towards the staircase at full speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The densely packed blue scorpion worms rushed towards the two of them. If they were caught by these blue scorpion worms, only death would await them. At the moment of danger, Lin Feng quickly used the 4 types of skyfire to condense a ball of flame. Then he took out the ball of flame. Bang! The ball of flame exploded, blasting the large group of blue scorpion worms back. The vitality of these blue scorpion worms was too tenacious. The explosion of the 4 heavenly flames only managed to kill a few blue scorpion beetles. Buzz, buzz. The densely packed blue scorpion worms quickly chased after Linfeng and at the same time, inside the 6th level of the demon pagoda. Whoosh, whoosh. The talisman that Linfeng had written had actually spontaneously combusted, and the woman from the ancient devil clan had also broken free. The woman walked out of the coffin, turned into a ball of black mist, and flew downwards. Linfeng grabbed you, and quickly rushed downstairs. The blue scorpion worms behind them were about to catch up. The speed of the blue scorpion worms was simply too fast. The most terrifying thing was that Linfeng saw a ball of black mist chasing after them. That woman had escaped. His face revealed a look of shock. Who knew how terrifying the cultivation of that woman from the ancient devil clan was? If she caught up, wouldn't that be a dead end? Currently, Linfeng had already arrived at the 1st level of the demon pagoda. He grabbed you, and quickly rushed outside. However, the speed of the black mist that the woman had transformed into was simply too fast. In a few breaths of time, she had caught up to Linfeng and you, and then she enveloped Linfeng and you, Senior brother, we're going to die? You, was so scared that her face turned pale. Chapter 2026. The situation was extremely dangerous. It seemed like there was no way to avoid it. It was simply despairing. However, at this extremely dangerous moment, swoosh, with a flash of light, Linfeng and Yu disappeared without a trace. At the crucial moment, Linfeng used the heaven patching technique to avoid being devoured by the black fog. The black fog that the woman had transformed into wanted to chase after them. However, the Devil Tower's runes circled around and blocked the black fog. The black fog once again transformed into the woman's appearance. Looking at Linfeng and Yu, who were fleeing into the distance, the mysterious woman could not help but frown. The densely packed blue scorpion bugs were also unable to rush out of the Devil Tower. This demonic pagoda was very strange. It was as if no living being in the demonic pagoda could leave. Linfeng and Yu left the underground world. When they came out, the ice cave directly collapsed, and the passage to the underground world disappeared. At the same time, the 9-story Devil Tower in the underground world shook violently. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the 9-story Devil Tower disappeared without a trace. Linfeng and Yu rode on the unicorn back to immortal Snow Island. This experience left the two with lingering fear. However, now that they had come out alive, they could not help but feel incomparably excited when they recalled everything that had happened. Senior brother, I feel so uncomfortable. When they were about to return to immortal Snow Island, Yuer's body was completely leaning into Linfeng's embrace. Her voice became a little weak. Linfeng's expression changed slightly. He realized that Yuer's body was starting to heat up. The weather was so cold, but Yuer's body was boiling hot. What's going on? Linfeng's expression became serious. Yuer leaned into Linfeng's embrace and said weakly, Senior brother, quickly bring me back. After saying this, Yuer fainted in Linfeng's embrace. Unicorn, hurry up, Linfeng said. The unicorn was psychic. When it saw Yuer fainting, it increased its speed to the fastest. Linfeng checked Yuer's body. He checked Yuer's body, but did not find anything abnormal. This made him extremely puzzled. How could there be no reason for Yuer's body to become so hot? Linfeng was unwilling to give up and checked again, but he still couldn't find any reason. Linfeng could not help but frown. He transmitted his voice to the demon lord, Demon Lord, can you help me take a look at you? Er, She has been hit by the soul planting technique. The Demon Lord said. Soul planting technique. What is this? Could it be related to the 9-floor Devil Tower? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Just by hearing this name, he felt that it was no small matter. This made him extremely anxious. Yue was extremely pure and lovable. If something really happened to her, Lin Feng would definitely be extremely sad. The Demon Lord said, "It has nothing to do with the 9-floor Devil Tower. She has been hit by the soul planting technique for a few years now. These soul planting techniques are extremely tyrannical, and they are somewhat similar to possession techniques, but many times stronger. Possession techniques allow the soul to directly destroy another person's soul and take over their body. As for soul planting technique, it allows the soul to transform one's soul into a soul seed and plant it in another person's soul. The longer the time, the higher the compatibility between the soul seed and the target soul will become, and the harder it will be to destroy the soul seed. The soul seed can awaken at any time and then take over the target's body. It can even steal the target's memories, divine abilities, and so on. Possession techniques allow the target to forcefully take over the body, so it will not be compatible with the target's soul. That is to say, the target's body and soul will clash. However, soul planting techniques allow the soul seed to fuse with the target's soul, so the soul seed will constantly adapt to the target's body. Naturally, there won't be any problems with compatibility. Lin Feng's expression became extremely unsightly. Based on the Demon Lord's words, didn't that mean that Yuer's current situation was extremely dangerous? Someone had planted a soul in her. Which bastard was so wicked? Who had planted a soul-planting technique in Yuer's soul? Lin Feng said, "Demon Lord, you must have a way to deal with this soul-planting technique, right?" "There is no solution," the Demon Lord said. "No way. Then won't you or die for sure?" Lin Feng said gloomily, "Who knows what will happen in the future? If the soul seed in this little girl's soul never awakens, then there won't be any problems. But once it awakens, it basically means that her body will be taken away, and her soul will be devoured by others." The Demon Lord said, "Is there really no way to deal with soul-planting technique?" Lin Feng asked, unwilling to give up. "Actually, it's not completely impossible. I remember that there was a sect called the Soul Master Dao sect. This sect was proficient in soul-planting technique. If you want to deal with something, you must first understand it. For example, if you want to deal with Yuer's soul-planting technique, you must first understand what soul-planting technique is. If you can find the Soul Master Dao's inheritance, you might be able to find a way to deal with soul-planting technique. However, the Soul Master Dao disappeared countless years ago, and no one knows if its legacy has been passed down. Thus, it is extremely difficult to find the Soul Master Dao's inheritance." The Demon Lord said, "The rules are our only hope," whispered Lin Feng. The unicorn carried Lin Feng and Yuer back to Immortal Snow Island. They landed in front of a palace in the depths of the island. When Lu saw Lin Feng carrying Yuer down from the unicorn, she quickly led a group of female disciples over. "Senior brother, what happened to junior sister Yuer?" the female disciple asked. Lin Feng said, "Her body is boiling. Do you have a way to deal with it?" "Senior brother, please follow me," said the female disciple whose family name was Lu. She led the way and brought Lin Feng to a mountain in the depths of the celestial snow island. There was a cold pond in the middle of the mountain. "Senior brother, please put junior sister Yuer in the cold pond," the female disciple said. Lin Feng nodded and put Yuer in the cold pond. This was a method of using extreme cold to restrain extreme fire. It was a type of yin and yang. After being put in the cold pond, Yuer Er's expression relaxed a lot. However, she still didn't wake up. Lin Feng asked, "How often does this happen to you?" Originally, the interval was relatively long. It would happen once every few years, but recently it has become more frequent. It happens once every 3 or 4 months. Moreover, her body is getting hotter and hotter, so it is becoming more and more difficult to suppress it, the female disciple said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The interval between Er's body becoming hotter and hotter was getting shorter and shorter. This meant that the soul seed planted in her soul was gradually recovering. Chapter 2027. Yor murmured. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes. She saw Lin Feng and the female disciple surnamed Lu standing next to the cold pond and showed an embarrassed expression. Lin Feng said, "It's good that you're fine. I'll go out and wait for you." Was wet and needed to change her clothes, so Lin Feng gave her some privacy. "Senior brother Lin is a confident person," said the female disciple surnamed Lu. Said, "Senior brother Lin is a good person." "Little girl, are you in love?" the female disciple surnamed Lu said with a smile. "Of course not." Blushed and didn't dare to look at Lu. Although Lu didn't have a man, she more or less knew about the relationship between men and women. Seeing acting like a little girl, she naturally knew that was in love. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lin Feng was such an excellent man that any woman would find it hard to refuse. Even she had some admiration for Lin Feng, but the female disciple surnamed Lu knew this admiration could only be kept in the bottom of her heart forever and couldn't be spoken out. There was a huge difference between her and Lin Feng's social status. Changed into clean clothes and walked out with the female disciple surnamed Lu. Seeing that had recovered, Lin Feng was temporarily relieved. Lin Feng knew about the matter of saving Now, he could only wait for the news of the Soul Master Dao Sec's inheritance. "Go back and have a good rest. Take care of your body." Lin Feng rubbed Er's head lovingly. Blushed and nodded. After waiting for another 3 days, Lin Feng finally got the news that Xuan Yinxiu had come out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Xuan Yinxiu went to see Obviously, he knew that there was a problem with Er's body. Besides, the female disciple whose family name was Lu came to inform Lin Feng that he could go and see the ancestor in the evening. Said Lin Feng. At night, the female disciple, whose family name was Lu, brought Lin Feng to Xuan Miaoqiu's living room. Xuan Yinxiu was over 3 million years old and could be considered an old antique. But in fact, Xuan Yinxiu didn't look old from his appearance. She looked like she was in her 30s. She had a voluptuous figure and was extremely beautiful. She could be considered a peerless beauty. "Junior Lin Feng greets Senior." Lin Feng bowed. Xuan Yangqiu replied, "Sect Leader Lin, you're too polite." "It's my duty as a junior." Lin said. Xuan Yangqiu said, "Please take a seat. Master Lin." Lin Shui Nianqiu nodded and sat. Xuan Yangqiu said, "Thank you, Master Lin, for sending back to the immortal Snow Island in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Said Lin Feng, "That's what I should do, Master. But there is one thing I don't know if you know." "What is it?" Xuan Yinxiu asked. "There's something wrong with Er's body." Lin Feng said. Xuan Yinxiu sighed. "A soul-planting technique." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you have a solution?" "I can only think of a way to suppress it, but I can't think of a way to deal with it." Xuan Yinxiu looked sad and said, is a pitiful girl. She was abandoned when she was young and had a soul-planting technique. but she's always been strong and optimistic. She's really precious. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any clues about Yu Er's background?" Xuan Yanxiu said, "I didn't find any valuable clues. The world is dangerous, so there are too many abandoned children. It's very difficult to find their relatives." Lin Feng said, "I know a way to save you. Sect Master Lin knows about this." Xuan Yanxiu's eyes lit up. Lin Feng said, "There's an ancient sect called the Soul Master Dao sect. They have all kinds of soul planting techniques. If you can find the Soul Master Dao sect's inheritance, you might be able to find a way to deal with the soul planting technique. I'll send people to find out more about the Soul Master Dao sect. Senior, you can also use your connections to find out more." Xuan Yanxiu nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me about this. Senior, please don't be so polite. You, and I are good friends, so I'm obliged to help her." Lin Feng said, "It's Yu Er's honor to be your friend." Xuan Yanxiu said. Lin Feng felt that it was about time to get to the point of his visit to Immortal Snow Island. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, "Actually, I took the liberty to visit you because I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" Xuan Yanxiu asked. She didn't immediately agree to Lin Feng's request. She wanted to hear it first before making a decision. Said Lin Feng, "After I founded the Dragon Sect, it's been doing well. You probably know one of my subordinates. His name is Ding Yunzhong. He recommended Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi to me. If those two masters joined the Dragon Sect, it would be incredible. I wanted to talk to them about it, but they didn't want to see me. I hope Master Xue can help me," said Lin Feng. Xuan Yanxiu's expression changed when she heard about Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi. After so many years of entanglement, so many things had happened between the two of them. When Ding Yunzhong's ancestor was still alive, he would gather everyone together from time to time. At that time, there was still some contact. However, ever since Ding Yunzhong's ancestor passed away, Xuan Yanxiu stopped contacting Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi. For some reason, Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi didn't contact Xuan Yanxiu either. The relationship between the two sides faded just like that. "I'm afraid I can't help sect leader Lin with this matter," Xuan Yanxiu said. Many times, Xuan Yanxiu also asked herself, why did her life become like this? However, it seemed that nothing could be changed. The ignorant feelings of youth had long since become a thing of the past. There were many things that Xuan Yanxiu chose to keep in the bottom of her heart, no longer touching or thinking about. Lin Feng said, "Does Senior want to hear a story?" Xuan Yanxiu said, "You can tell me." "When I was young, my mother was not by my side, and my father's health was also very problematic, so it was always third uncle and third aunt who took care of me. Later, when I grew up, I wholeheartedly wanted to bring glory to my ancestors, so I spent all those years outside to gain experience, and spent most of my time away from my family. That year when I returned to the family, my father left the family due to some matters. Since then, the two of us, father and son, have never seen each other again. Moreover, at that time, the family underwent a drastic change, and many family members died. Third uncle was killed in order to save me, and I could only watch as third uncle died in front of me, but I was powerless to do anything." Chapter 2028. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Everyone knows how to talk about principles, but only those who have personally experienced them know that some principles are correct. There's nothing in this world that can't be crossed. We should cherish our family and friends because we don't know when we'll find that they're no longer around when we want to cherish them. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sad when he thought about his third uncle, who had died to save him, and Hua Yihan, who had died to save him in the ancient city. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Lin Feng wiped away his tears and said embarrassedly. Xuan Yanxiu said, Sect leader Lin, you're an emotional person. How could I make fun of you? Lin Feng said, as a junior, there are some things that I shouldn't say, but as a junior, there are some things that I really want to say. I've heard from Ding Yunzhong that you've been friends for so many years. No matter what you've gone through, the friendship between fellow sect members is still there. Regardless of whether you agree to let me introduce Senior One and Senior Zhuge, there's one thing that I hope to see. Senior Shui, Senior One, and Senior Zhuge reconcile. I won't disturb you any longer, so I'll take my leave now. Lin Feng bowed to Shui Nyangqiu and turned to leave. Shui Nyangqiu's expression kept changing. When she saw that Lin Feng was about to leave, she said, "All right, I'll go with you, but whether or not you can persuade Senior One and Senior Zhuge will depend on your own ability. I won't interfere with their decision." Lin Feng was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Senior. I won't make things difficult for you." 10 days later, Lin Feng came to Ice Serpent Island again. "Senior One, Senior Zhuge, hurry up and open the seal. I've brought someone to see you." Lin Feng shouted from outside the formation. When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi saw the situation outside through the mountain and river mirror, when they saw that Lin Feng had returned, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Why are you here again? Do you want to be thrown out again?" Zhuge Qinyi snappily said. "Seniors, this junior is opening the way for someone this time. An old friend has come to see you. Seniors, please open the restriction and quickly come out to greet him. Otherwise, when that old friend leaves, it will be too late for you to regret it." Lin Feng continued. When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi couldn't help but sneer at Lin Feng. When Xiren said, "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you're asking for it, don't blame us for teaching you a lesson." As when Xiren spoke, he was about to attack, a woman walked in from outside. This woman was none other than Shui Nianxiu. Seeing Shui Wanqiu coming in, Lin Feng hurriedly ran to Shui Wanqiu's side. "It seems like you don't welcome me. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer," said Lin Feng. Shui Nianxiu said, faintly, when he saw Shui Nianxiu, when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi were completely stunned on the spot. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The two didn't even have time to put on their shoes before they ran out of the cave. "Junior sister, it's our fault. Junior sister, please don't be angry. Junior sister, it's our fault for being blind. Junior sister, please calm down." After when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi ran out, they kept apologizing. They didn't look like giant god realm experts at all. He was like a child who had done something wrong, full of regret. Lin Feng said in his heart, "Evil people will eventually be dealt with by evil people." These two old scoundrels also had a day like this. Looking at them bowing and lowering their heads, Lin Feng thought. It felt so good. Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. Shui Nianxiu looked at when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi. She had too many complaints in her heart. Now, she saw that when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi's temples were already white, she couldn't help but sigh. Everyone was old. Yes, just as sect leader Lin said. Why couldn't they get over it? "Have you been well all these years?" Shui Nianxiu asked with a trembling voice. "Yes, we've been well." No, we haven't been well." When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi started talking incoherently, the two of them were so excited that they couldn't believe that all of this was real. Lin Feng said, "Seniors, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go inside." Yes. "Junior sister, let's go inside and rest." When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi quickly said, Shui Nianxiu nodded, and the four of them entered when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi's cave. The two of them had tidied up the cave so well that not a speck of dust could be seen. Lin Feng said, "Seniors, please feel free to talk about the past." Just pretend that I'm not here. When Xiren, Zhuge and Xue Nianqiu really pretended that Lin Feng wasn't there. They sat together and talked about many things, including the past. Sometimes, when they talked about something emotional, they couldn't help but shed silent tears. Xue Nianqiu brought up Lin Feng's matter at the right time. When Xiren and Zhuge muttered to themselves, they naturally knew why Lin Feng had come. They were all old foxes. Each and every one of Lin Feng's movements was clearly seen by them. When Lin Feng heard Xue Miaoqiu talk about him, he said, "Master, the Dragon Gate is changing every day. If you two join us, we'll definitely become the most powerful sect in the world," said Xue Miaoqiu. When Xiren said, "We were able to get back together with junior sister Xue thanks to sect leader Lin, but that's a separate matter. Sect leader Lin wants to invite us to join the Dragon Gate, but we don't have that intention." Zhuge nodded and said, "We've always been carefree. We don't want to join any power." Before coming, Lin Feng knew that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to persuade Wen Xiren and Zhuge to join the Dragon Gate. Therefore, when he saw Wen Xiren and Zhuge attitude, he was surprised. He didn't find it strange. In fact, he felt that it was normal. Lin Feng said, "Junior knows that you two seniors are immortals and don't like being restricted. Therefore, you're not interested in joining other powers. Today, Junior wants to say 3 things. If you two seniors think that Junior's words are reasonable, I hope that you can consider them carefully. If you don't think that Junior's words are reasonable, then I won't force you. I'll leave immediately." "All right, let's hear it." When Xiren and Zhuge nodded, Xue Nianqiu looked at Lin Feng curiously. He didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to say. Chapter 2029. Lin Feng said, "Although the 9 provinces seems peaceful, it's actually very turbulent. When the alien races keep coming to the 9 provinces, it will definitely intensify all kinds of conflicts. In addition, many factions in the 9 provinces already have deep conflicts, but they're just hiding. How long can this situation last? For example, the Red World Fairy and the Taishang Immortal sect will have a decisive battle sooner or later. When that time comes, it won't just be a battle between 2 sects, it will definitely involve countless factions. That's the first reason I want to talk about. The 9 provinces will definitely descend into chaos, and before that happens, we should do our best to control as much power as possible. That's why I set up the Dragon's Gate in the Sea region and recruited people. If we wait until the 9 provinces truly descend into chaos, it'll be too late to recruit people. Only when we have enough power in our hands will we be able to survive better. Although the 2 of you are currently in seclusion, I'm sure you have many clansmen, right? When chaos arrives, even if the 2 of you are extremely powerful, it'll be very difficult for you to protect your clansmen. At that time, you need a powerful faction to back you up. In this chaotic world, who would dare to provoke you if you want to be a hegemon? When the time comes, no one will dare to provoke you, and you'll be able to protect your clansmen. The second reason I want to talk about is that it's related to your own fate. Seniors, both of you are giant gods, but I'm sure you know that breaking through from the giant god realm to the quasi-emperor realm, or even the emperor realm after that, is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is related to luck. Seniors, have you heard of this before? Lin Feng looked at Wen Xiren and Zhuge. The 2 of them asked at the same time, "What's saying?" "Rise to the occasion." Lin Feng said, "What does that mean?" The 2 of them frowned. Even Xue Nianqiu frowned. When Xiren, Zhuge and Xue Nianqiu didn't understand, but Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The first time he heard it was from Shui Linglong, and the second time was from the Demon Lord. It was only after the Demon Lord became a great emperor that he understood the profundity of this sentence. Lin Feng said, "Since ancient times, there have been very few Emperor Realm experts. This is because in order to become an Emperor Realm expert, one has to meet a very important condition. That is to become an Emperor Realm expert. In order to become an Emperor Realm expert, one has to constantly absorb the qi of heaven and earth. However, I'm sure seniors know that the qi of heaven and earth is the most difficult thing to absorb. If one doesn't have enough qi of heaven and earth, they won't be able to continue breaking through. Why is it that the older one gets, the harder it is to break through? That's because once a person ages, their fate will decline as well, and breaking through will become even more difficult. That's why we have to seize as much fate as possible. I started cultivating when I was 6 years old. Up until now, I have been cultivating for 30 years. The reason why I am able to achieve what I have now is because of my luck. Hearing this, when Xiren, Zhuge Qinyi, and Shui Liangqiu's expressions turned solemn. Lin Feng had been cultivating for 30 years. He had walked a path that countless people might not be able to complete in their entire lives. And the most important thing was that Lin Feng's attainments in the field of formations made when Xiren, a formation grandmaster, exclaim in admiration. Therefore, Lin Feng was indeed a person with great luck. This world was originally unfair. Some people were born with wealth and glory, while others were destined to live a poor life. Some people were born with great luck, while others were born with bad luck. But no matter what the reason was, Lin Feng was a person with great luck. But Lin Feng's luck, it could indeed be described as monstrous luck. Lin Feng continued, "Seniors, you have been cultivating for more than 3 million years, but you are still stuck in the giant god realm, unable to break through. Although there are many reasons, there is one that must be mentioned, and that is that your fate is not enough. I'm sure you have heard of the ancient great emperors. Regardless of their cultivation talent, they did not become great emperors at a very young age. Most of them became great emperors at a very young age. Isn't there a reason for this? Is this what you mean by born with the times?" Shui Liangqiu asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This is called born with the times." Why were those ancient great emperors able to become great emperors at a very young age, instead of cultivating for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years? It's because those ancient great emperors knew how to gather fate. They knew how to devour the fate of heaven and earth, so they became characters born with the times. When Xiren said, "The method of devouring fate doesn't seem to be a secret that can't be passed on," Lin Feng said, "That's right. The method of devouring fate isn't a secret that can't be passed on. However, I would like to ask, how long does it take for Senior when to devour a strand of fate?" This, when Xiren frowned. When Xiren frowned slightly, he needed at least 7 days, and at most half a month to absorb a strand of fate. The speed of devouring fate could be described as slow. Even giant gods took such a long time to absorb fate, let alone cultivators of other realms. Lin Feng smiled. "If you don't have enough luck, you need to be with someone who has a lot of luck. People who have a lot of luck can change your luck and make your luck become stronger and stronger," said Lin Feng. "Obviously, if you 2 seniors are by my side, your fate will gradually improve under the influence of my fate. In the future, your fate will become endless. Although I dare not say that you 2 seniors will break through to the great emperor realm, at the very least, you will break through to the quasi-emperor realm, right?" When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi sank into deep thought, Shui Liangqiu was also pondering Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng continued, "The first and second reasons I mentioned aren't the most important ones. The third reason is the most important one. The three of them were shocked. They hadn't thought that the two reasons Lin Feng had mentioned were only secondary reasons. What was the most important reason? The three of them looked at Lin Feng at the same time. At that moment, they saw Lin Feng stand up. Rumble! Lin Feng's body, his 5 devouring martial spirits began to circulate. Then they turned into a huge black hole. Lin Feng stood inside the black hole. He looked at the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. This is when Xiren, Zhuge Qinyi, and Shui Liangqiu were shocked. They all stood up, unable to calm down. Lin Feng said, "My ancestor is the oldest Sovereign Emperor clan." My ancestor. He awakened Pangu, and that's how he created the world. My ancestor awakened Nuwa, and that's how she created all living things. My ancestor was above sentient life forms. Before the universe was created, my ancestor was already born. Now, I've awakened my ancestor's bloodline. Sooner or later, I'll become a great emperor or even an immortal. If I become an immortal, even if you don't have enough fate, I can still change your fates for you. I'll make you people who are destined to be great emperors one day. Chapter 2030. The Sovereign Imperial Clan. You're actually a descendant of the legendary Sovereign Imperial Clan. Everyone stared at Lin Feng in shock. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to have such a great background. The Sovereign Imperial Clan had enjoyed too much glory over the long years. There were also too many legends about them. However, many people believed that the Sovereign Imperial Clan had already disappeared in the river of time. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, when Xiren, Zhuge Qinyi, and Shui Liangqiu finally realized that there were still members of the Sovereign Imperial Clan in the world, they finally understood why Lin Feng had achieved so much at such a young age. His background was simply too great. In the past, even great emperors had to kowtow to the ancestors of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. Even immortals had to bow to the ancestors of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. This was the Sovereign Imperial Clan. It was a clan that had borne too much glory. Many people had once thought that the Sovereign Imperial Clan was only a race of legends. The legends of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. They were all just legends. But now, Lin Feng had revealed that he was a descendant of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. How could they not be shocked? I hope that the two seniors can seriously consider this junior's suggestion. Lin Feng said. When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi exchanged glances. They were indeed tempted and wanted to join Lin Feng. However, the two of them were still hesitant. So what if Lin Feng was a descendant of the Sovereign Imperial Clan? If he wasn't strong enough, no matter how good his background was, he was destined to be a shooting star. After a brief moment of brilliance, he would fall. When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi had seen too many shooting stars like this in their long lives. This was the main reason why they were hesitant. When Xiren said, "If Sect Master Lin wants to become an overlord, he'll definitely affect the interests of many factions. There aren't many powerful factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region, and most of them are formed by independent cultivators. These factions naturally won't be able to threaten Sect Master Lin. However, once Sect Master Lin's faction grows stronger, it will definitely attract the attention of some of the top factions in the other regions. Even the 9th Evil Dragon, the overlord of the southernmost region of the Sinkhole Sea region, won't sit idly by. How could he allow others to sleep soundly on his bed? The ancient Desolate Sea region is in the southern sea region of the 9th Evil Dragon's territory. When the time comes, the 9th Evil Dragon will definitely invade. If Sect Leader Lin can defeat the 9th Evil Dragon, the two of us will join you." Clearly, when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi wanted to test his ability, and Lin Feng was very clear about this. He asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course." When Xiren nodded and said, "Good, Then, let's make a gentleman's agreement. If I can defeat the 9th evil dragon, the 2 seniors will submit to me. Lin Feng said. A gentleman never goes back on his word. When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi nodded, Lin Feng was in a good mood after making a gentleman's agreement with the 2 of them. He then looked at Shui Liangqiu and asked, Senior Shui, are you interested in joining our Dragon Gate? When the time comes, I'll be with Senior Wen and Senior Zhuge, and we can take care of each other. Shui Liangqiu smiled and said, We'll talk about it when you're able to recruit Senior Wen and Senior Zhuge. Lin Feng smiled and said, All right, I'll visit Senior Shui when the time comes. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, I've already left the Dragon Gate for a while, so it's not convenient for me to stay here any longer. I'll take my leave now. The 3 of them sent Lin Feng out of the immortal residence. Lin Feng then left and returned to the ancient ship Xian Yuan. Master, you're all smiles. Did you manage to convince the 2 seniors? Wang Yinyang asked with a smile. Lin Feng said, You can say that. Let's return. Rumble. Then the ancient starship Xian Yuan soared into the sky and flew toward the Dragon Gate Island. After returning to the Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng sent someone to contact the all-knowing pavilion and ask them for information about the Dao sect of Soul Masters. At the same time, Lin Feng also sent people to the mainland. He spent a lot of money to get the Mercenary Association and various large companies to help him find information about the Dao sect of Soul Masters. In the following period of time, Lin Feng didn't cultivate, but he also studied the sky ring he'd obtained from the martial origin immortal residence. The restrictions on the ring were too complicated. Lin Feng had already studied it for a long time, but he still hadn't found a way to break it. One day, a red-crowned crane flew over and delivered a letter to Lin Feng. It was a letter from Feng Yaoguang. Lin Feng opened the letter and read it. Dear husband, during this time, I've been alone on the ancient starry sky path, and I've often missed you. I wonder if you're doing well? Yesterday, on the ancient starry sky path, Yao Guang encountered a starry sky fleet. After asking around, I found out that the starry sky fleet was going to the same place as this mistress. I boarded the ship and followed them through the starry sky. I hope you don't have to worry about me. Feng Yaoguang's name was written on the letter. Lin Feng was silent for a long time after reading the letter. This was the second letter from Feng Yaoguang. However, in the first 2 letters, Feng Yaoguang didn't mention where she was going. This was what worried Lin Feng. Feng Yaoguang didn't say where she was going. Obviously, that place must be very dangerous. Lin Feng lay on the bed and couldn't help but think of Feng Yaoguang's figure. The night was dark. That night, Lin Feng couldn't sleep. Under the Antarctic ice field, outside the 9-story Devil Tower, a pitch-black shadow walked over. A sinister voice rang out, like the cry of a malicious spirit, causing people to tremble with fear. The pitch-black shadow stopped outside the 9-story Devil Tower. Not long after, a black fog flew to the first floor of the 9-story Devil Tower and turned into the appearance of the ancient Devil Clan woman. You're still alive. The black shadow spoke with a hoarse voice. I want to die, but I can't. The woman said. After so many years, you still haven't let go, the shadow said again. Maybe I won't let go until the day I die, the woman said. Since you're not dead, this is the will of the heavens. The shadow said. Maybe, said Yifuqian. The woman said. It's time to go out. We still have our mission. The shadow said. Those things have nothing to do with me anymore. The woman said. No one can escape. Even if you don't want to face it, you still have to face it. Maybe this is the so-called fate. The shadow sighed. Fate. Fate, the woman muttered. Finally, she said faintly, "Since that's the case, let's go out for a walk." Rumble. The 9-story Devil Tower suddenly trembled and then tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. As for that shadow, it gradually faded away. It quietly left the world under the ice. Chapter 2031. Finally, Lin Feng had found a way to break the restrictions of the ring. Lin Feng had worked hard for a long time, and finally, he had found a way to break the restrictions. Under Lin Feng's efforts, the restrictions on the sky ring were gradually being unlocked. This made Lin Feng very happy. He had been looking forward to opening the sky ring. Now, it seemed that breaking the restrictions on the sky ring was just around the corner. Lin Feng broke through the restrictions one by one. After spending about 8 days, Lin Feng finally broke through the restrictions on the ring. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. His divine consciousness entered the ring. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded in his mind. "How long has it been since I last saw you?" When he heard the voice, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. It was a woman's voice. However, he did not know who this woman was. Was she the person who forged the ring? Or was she the previous owner of the ring? After the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt the scene in front of him change. He had arrived in an ancient world. This world was ancient, mysterious, and immortal. Immortal qi could be seen everywhere. Purple clouds were everywhere. It was as if he had arrived in the legendary immortal world. In the distance, 9 Qingyuan divine birds pulled a divine chariot over. "Look, it's very clear snow." An ancient city appeared in his line of sight. Countless people came out to welcome the woman. Fairy Clear Snow was famous. She was a heaven-defying existence. Her cultivation base, countless powerhouses of the heaven realm were impressed by him. In the celestial realm, there was no one who did not know Fairy Clear Snow. It was unknown how many people had tried to woo Fairy Qing Shui, but they were all rejected by her. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea is coming. The Primordial Chaos Emperor is here too. The Barefoot Emperor is here too. The North Star Emperor is here too. One after another, experts of the celestial realm arrived. These people were rarely seen. Today, they were all gathered together. This was because an unparalleled figure was about to arrive. This unparalleled figure was my Wu Yuan, an immortal. Even the powerhouses of the heaven realm had to be respectful in front of the immortals. Not long after, my Takeo arrived. He wore a green robe and had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a lofty immortal at all. Many people were impressed by Makino's character. Many great emperors sought guidance from my Wu Yuan, hoping to receive his guidance. Makino Takeo patiently answered everyone's questions. "I heard that in order to become a true immortal, one has to find the heaven-shaking steel. I wonder if that's true?" Many great emperors' expressions changed slightly. Although what Fairy Qing Shui asked was what they wanted to know, her question was a little too direct. Furthermore, the heaven-shaking stone tablet was the greatest secret of the myriad worlds. Who would casually reveal such a secret to others? Therefore, Fairy Clear Snow's direct inquiry about the heaven-shaking stone steel had touched upon some privacy. These emperors were worried that Mugen would be displeased if they were to do so. Mugen's attitude exceeded everyone's expectations. He said, "There is indeed such a saying." Fairy Qing Shui continued asking, "I heard that you became a true immortal because you obtained a heaven-shaking stone tablet." Mugen said, "That's right." "Thank you for answering my question." Immortal. Fairy Qing Shui bowed to my Wu Yuan and said, "My Takeo had lived in the heaven realm for 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, Fairy Qing Shui often visited him. She admired Makino Takeo. However, she had never expressed her feelings. If I don't become a true immortal, I'll eventually grow old and pass away. What right do I have to be Mugen's lover? Fairy Qing Shui muttered to herself. She cultivated very hard. Among the many great emperors, Fairy Qing Shui had only cultivated for 13,000 years. She was currently the youngest great emperor. Her talent was outstanding, and with Mugen's guidance, her cultivation progressed very quickly. One day, Fairy Qing Shui came to visit Mugen. She saw him standing on a cliff, staring at the sea of clouds. He was motionless like a statue. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. "Immortal, what are you thinking about?" Fairy Qing Shui walked over and asked. Mugen replied, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Fairy Qing Shui asked. "The wastelands." Mugen replied, "Why are you going there?" Fairy Qing Shui couldn't help but ask. However, she immediately realized that she didn't have the right to ask such questions. Fairy Qing Shui hurriedly said, "I was too rude. Please punish me, immortal." Mugen said, "It's fine. We've known each other for 1,000 years. You're one of the few friends I have in the heaven realm. You can speak your mind. There's no need to be restrained." Mugen paused for a moment, then continued, "I'm going to the wastelands because something I've been looking for many years has appeared there. I don't know if the information is true, so I need to go there and investigate." Fairy Qing Shui was very happy. Only now did she realize that she was a friend in Mugen's heart. However, she was also a little disappointed. She could feel it. Mugen only saw her as a friend. There were no emotions involved. Fairy Qing Shui didn't ask what Mugen was looking for. That was Mugen's secret. "When it's time for you to leave, can I come and send you off?" Fairy Qing Shui asked expectantly. She was very nervous. She was worried that Mugen would reject her. Mai gave Fairy Qing Shui a deep look and nodded. About half a month later, Mugen left the heaven realm under Fairy Qing Shui's escort. He arrived at the wastelands. The wastelands had a blood-red sky, a blood-red sun, a blood-red earth, a blood-red moon, and a blood-red star. Everything here seemed to be blood-red. This place was connected to the other world, the heaven realm, the netherworld, and the Xianhuang realm. There were countless terrifying races here, the strongest experts of the three realms, and the other world would appear here. There were 7 lands of death here. It was said that they hid the greatest secrets of the heavens. It was said that within the 7 lands of death, ancient immortal kings were buried there. No one was willing to talk about the 7 lands of death, even the powerful true immortals of the 3 realms, the rulers of the other world. No one was willing to talk about the 7 lands of death. After arriving at the wastelands, Mugen searched every inch of the wastelands in search of that thing, but to no avail. Later, he met an old man. He talked with the old man for a long time. Many things are difficult to find in the outside world. Most of them are buried in the lands of death. The old man said, Chapter 2032. The 7 lands of death were too terrifying. Very few people dared to enter them, as they were the most dangerous places in the wasteland. No one knew what kind of terrifying things would happen once they entered. But now, in order to find that thing, Mugen decided to take the risk and explore it. The lands of death were indeed terrifying. Even someone as strong as him had encountered danger and almost died inside. What made Lin Feng even more depressed was that he couldn't see what happened after Mugen entered the lands of death. He could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. There was a strange power that concealed everything that happened in the lands of death. When Mugen came out of the first lands of death, his entire body was covered in blood. He had suffered serious injuries. What is in the wastelands lands of death? It's so terrifying that it could injure a true immortal to such an extent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, but it was all real. Mugen had suffered serious injuries, and almost died. He looked for a place to recuperate. After he recovered, Mugen went to the second lands of death. Lin Feng was puzzled. Just what was Makino Takeo looking for that would make him risk his life to enter the wastelands to search for it? This puzzled Yi Zichen greatly. What could be more important than life? Was there anything in the world that could attract someone as powerful as Mugen? Just like the first time, Mugen walked out of the second lands of death with serious injuries. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently. I didn't expect the lands of death to hide such a secret. Mai Takei muttered to himself, his expression uncertain. He seemed to have seen something inconceivable in the second lands of death. Mugen left. After he recovered from his injuries, he went to the third lands of death. This third zone of death was just as dangerous as the previous two. Mudo Makino emerged from the third zone of death. When Mugen came out of the lands of death, he had suffered serious injuries. This time, his injuries were far more serious than the first and second lands of death. He fainted outside the lands of death. At that moment, a woman appeared and caressed Mugen's face. This woman was none other than Fairy Qing Shui. Fairy Qing Shui took my Wu Yuan away. When Takeo Makino woke up, he saw Fairy Qing Shui resting by the side of the bed. He reached out to touch her face, but in the end, he put his hand down. Fairy Qing Shui woke up and was very happy to see that my Wu Yuan had woken up. Why are you in the wasteland? Makino asked. Fairy Qing Shui said, originally, I came to the wasteland with a few fellow Taoists to deal with some matters. After coming to the wasteland, we also wanted to pay our respects to the impasse, but we didn't expect to see an exalted immortal. Fairy Qing Shui did not tell the truth. She came to the wasteland alone. She was here to look for Takeo Makino, but in the end, she did not have the courage to say these words. Where are your friends? Makino asked. I told them to leave first. Fairy Qing Shui said, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Makino said. Fairy Clear Snow said, Aren't we friends? There's no need to be so polite between friends. After my Wu Yuan recovered, he planned to explore the fourth impasse. This time, Fairy Qing Shui followed beside my Wu Yuan. Fairy Qing Shui was satisfied even if she could only look at my Wu Yuan from afar. Wait outside. I'll be out soon, my Wu Yuan said. Fairy Qing Shui nodded. She really wanted to be of help, but there was nothing she could do. The impasse in the wasteland was too terrifying. If she went in, she would not be able to help my Wu Yuan. She would even become a burden to my Wu Yuan. Fairy Qing Shui was very clear about this. Therefore, she waited outside for my Wu Yuan's safe return. This was her biggest hope. The impasse was too dangerous, but fortunately, no matter how serious his injuries were, my Wu Yuan always came out alive. He finished exploring the seventh impasse. After coming out of the seventh, he was covered in blood, but there was a happy expression on his face. He held a jade tube in his hand. It was something he had brought out of the impasse. I finally found a clue. My Wu Yuan said, That's great. That's really great. Fairy Qing Shui was even happier than my Wu Yuan. She even hugged him excitedly. However, she soon realized how inappropriate this action was, so she quickly let go of my Wu Yuan. Her face was flushed red. Let's go, my Wu Yuan said. Fairy Qing Shui nodded. Only then did she feel less awkward. About a month later, my Wu Yuan left and went to the other world. According to the clues he obtained, the item was in the other world. Therefore, my Wu Yuan needed to go to the other world to find that item. Even for an expert like him, the other world was full of unknowns. Fairy Qing Shui wanted to go to the other world with him. However, my Wu Yuan rejected her. That place is too dangerous. I'll be fine if you stay here. Wait for me to come back. I have something to tell you, my Wu Yuan said. My Wu Yuan left and entered the other world. Fairy Qing Shui had been waiting. She was also looking forward to it. What did my Wu Yuan want to say to her? She thought of a possibility. She was surprised and shy. Even someone as powerful as her. When faced with feelings, she was still the same as the most ordinary person. However, Fairy Qing Shui waited for a long time, but my Wu Yuan did not return. She became more and more anxious, until one day, an old man came to find her. This was the old man my Wu Yuan had met. He had told my Wu Yuan to enter the land of death to find the item he was looking for. Now, this old man had appeared again. Something happened to him. The old man said, "Where is he?" Fairy Qing Shui asked anxiously. "In the immortal mansion." The old man took out the Wu Yuan immortal mansion. Now, it had shrunk to the size of a palm. The old man handed it to Fairy Qing Shui and left. Fairy Qing Shui entered the immortal mansion. She saw my Wu Yuan on his deathbed. Tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. She knelt in front of my Wu Yuan and cried in his arms. She did not want to hide her feelings anymore. "Don't cry. Don't be sad. People will die eventually." My Wu Yuan reached out and caressed Fairy Qing Shui's face. "Don't die. Don't die." Fairy Qing Shui's voice was sorrowful. "I was poisoned too deeply." My Wu Yuan sighed. "I never thought that the other world's poisonous insects would be so terrifying. Even after being bitten by one, no medicine could cure me. I buried the poisonous insects in the courtyard. This immortal mansion will be passed down to a fated person." Okay. Fairy Qing Shui's tears fell like rain. "If there is a next life, I am willing to hold your hand and grow old with you," my Wu Yuan said softly. His hand slipped down. A true immortal. He had fallen. Chapter 2033. A true immortal had actually fallen just like that. It was truly regrettable. All the images disappeared, and Lin Feng's divine sense returned to his mind. That bug was actually the culprit behind my Wu Yuan's death. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He had placed the bug in his mountain river ring, and it had become a supplement for the white jade toad. The white jade toad had finished its second evolution by devouring the bug's poison, and was now on its way to its third evolution. However, Lin Feng had never thought that the bug would have such a great origin. What kind of world was the other world? Wasn't it too terrifying? It was just a bug from the other world, but it had actually poisoned a true immortal to death. No one dared to believe that this was real. True immortals were powerful existences, high and mighty, immortal. Yet they had died just like that. It was truly too sullen. Seems like Fairy Qing Shui left this ring behind. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He just didn't know what happened to Fairy Qing Shui in the end. The death of a loved one was definitely a heavy blow. An expert of her level should be able to walk out of the shadow of grief very quickly. "I wonder what my Wu Yuan was looking for," Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was extremely puzzled. It was precisely because of that item that my Wu Yuan had died. A treasure that could make a true immortal go through so much trouble must be extraordinary. Is it in this ring? Lin Feng looked at the sky ring in his hand, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was filled with anticipation. Perhaps he would be able to discover something shocking. He used his divine sense to sense the space inside the sky ring. He immediately discovered something. The inside of the sky ring was boundless. As expected of a spatial treasure made from the sky crystal, it was practically a small world of its own. Inside the sky ring, there was a huge mountain range. Lin Feng looked at the mountain range and was shocked. Those mountain ranges, they were actually origin crystal veins. Moreover, they were extremely high-grade origin crystals. Origin crystals were divided into many different grades: ordinary, medium, high, extreme, peerless, divine, immortal, and sacred. One mid-grade origin crystal could be exchanged for 100 ordinary origin crystals. A high-grade origin crystal could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade origin crystals. And so on. Every time he leveled up, he could exchange for 100 origin crystals of the first tier. Although the exchange rate was like this, it was actually quite difficult to exchange for it. This was because the origin crystals circulating on the market were all ordinary origin crystals. Mid-grade origin crystals were nowhere to be seen, let alone higher-grade ones. The origin crystal mine in the sky ring was surrounded by divine light or immortal light. This meant that the origin crystal veins in the sky ring were either divine-grade origin crystal veins or immortal-grade origin crystal veins. This was simply too shocking. That was because such origin crystal veins were simply too precious. The outside world simply couldn't see these origin crystals. However, within the sky ring, 365 divine-grade origin crystal mines. There were 79 immortal-grade origin crystal veins. Lin Feng didn't know how many origin crystals there were in the mines. However, the value of these origin crystals was simply too great. Using such high-grade origin crystals to cultivate, his cultivation speed would increase by at least 100 times, or even a few hundred times. No wonder it's so difficult to find high-grade origin crystals nowadays. It turns out that these origin crystal veins were all taken by the ancient experts. Unfortunately, there are no divine-grade origin crystal veins here. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although there were no divine-grade origin crystal veins, which were the most precious, Lin Feng was still very satisfied. The value of these origin crystal veins was simply too great. With such origin crystal veins, who knew how many top-notch experts could be cultivated, Lin Feng continued to explore the sky ring to see if there were any other treasures. He searched through many places, but found that the sky ring was empty. The treasures inside, apart from the origin crystals, everything else seemed to have been taken away. Of course, even if it had been taken away, Lin Feng didn't have any regrets. He had obtained so many divine-grade and immortal-grade origin crystal veins. He was already satisfied. Buzz! Suddenly, from the depths of the sky ring came the sound of violent vibrations. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis probed the depths of the sky ring. It was a world of white fog that blocked the probing of divine telekinesis. Clatter! Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding came from the world of white fog. This surprised Lin Feng. Could it be that something was trapped in the world of white fog? Lin Feng's divine telekinesis moved, and he disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in the sky ring. He stood outside the world of white fog and looked into the depths. Roar! A low roar came out, and a ferocious aura filled the sky. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying by the ferocious aura emitted from the world of white fog. His face was very pale, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was in the world of white fog? It was so terrifying, he didn't dare to approach the world of white fog again. He stood in the distance and opened the heavenly demon snake, wanting to see what was in the world of white fog. The heavenly demon snake I could see through illusions. The world of white fog could no longer block Lin Feng's line of sight. Finally, Lin Feng saw clearly what kind of creature was in the world of white fog. It was a huge creature. Its entire body was bronze, and it had a pair of wings on its back. It had the body of a lion and the head of a dragon. Its eyes were ferocious and cold. That ferocious beast was chained up by chains. It kept struggling, trying to break free from the chains. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it failed. The chains couldn't be broken at all. Did he really imprison a beast? Lin Feng took a deep breath. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the huge beast had disappeared. A strange weapon appeared in the depths of the world of white fog. It looked like a cauldron or a furnace. It had 4 legs and 8 ears. A terrifying aura emanated from the strange treasure. That beast, just now, was the spiritual aura of that treasure. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what that strange treasure was, but the aura it emitted made Lin Feng feel very oppressed. He couldn't get close, so he could only watch from afar. An ancient killing weapon. It's actually such a weapon. Unbelievable. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. It seemed that the demon lord had some understanding of that mysterious treasure. What is an ancient killing weapon? Lin Feng asked. It's the most terrifying killing weapon. It's stained with billions of blood and forged with supreme killing intent. Once an ancient killing weapon is successfully refined, it's said that a light strike can destroy a great world. The demon lord said. Chapter 2034. To think that ancient killing weapons are so terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That was too terrifying. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. That's right. This is how terrifying ancient killing weapons are. Since the creation of the world, not many ancient killing weapons have appeared, yet there is one here. How strange. Could this be the treasure that my Takeo was searching for back then? The demon lord could not help but mutter. Lin Feng rubbed his chin in contemplation. He also felt that this was a possibility. My Takeo had racked his brains to search for this ancient killing weapon back then. After finding it, he had sealed it in the sky ring. However, my Takeo had never imagined that he would be bitten by a poisonous bug. He also did not expect the bug's poison to be so terrifying that it could kill him. My Takeo's death was too tragic. If he had a jade toad like Lin Feng, he would not have died. However, the jade toad was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. How do I control this ancient killing weapon? Lin Feng looked at the ancient killing weapon shrouded in white fog and nearly drooled. If he could activate this ancient killing weapon, he would be able to slay gods and slay Buddhas. Who would be able to stand against him? The demon lord said. I don't know how to control this ancient killing weapon either, but no matter how you control it, there is an unchanging rule. You are strong enough to control this ancient killing weapon. Do you think you are strong enough to control it now? Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly, just as the demon lord had said. He could not even get close to the ancient killing weapon, let alone control it. If he recklessly approached the ancient killing weapon, he would probably be instantly killed by the killing intent it emitted. Lin Feng exited the sky ring. After that, everything calmed down again. Lin Feng spent most of his time practicing cultivation. He would also spend some time studying formations. On this day, Nazar hurried over to Lin Feng's place. What's wrong, lass? Why are you so flustered? Lin Feng looked at Naza and asked. Naza replied, Big brother Lin, it's big sister Shirley. She used this communication talisman to send me a message. She said that something has happened in the deep sea demon kingdom, and she wants your help. Princess Shirley didn't look for Lin Feng directly. Instead, she asked Naza to bring up the matter. She was worried that Lin Feng would refuse. After all, she wasn't particularly familiar with Lin Feng. Naza had been by Lin Feng's side for a long time. Therefore, the probability of Lin Feng agreeing would be greatly increased if Naza brought this matter up. Princess Shirley's intentions were naturally not hidden from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was a person who did not care about trifles. He would not take these things to heart. Do you know what happened? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. I can't send messages through the jade talisman. Naja said anxiously. Lin Feng guessed that someone might have used a formation to interfere with the space-time around the deep-sea demon kingdom. Thus, no communication methods could be used. If that was the case, the deep-sea demon kingdom might really be in grave danger. Naza begged, Big Brother Lin, please go and help Big Sister Shirley. I beg you. Only you can help Big Sister Shirley now. Naja was so worried that she was about to cry. After all these years, Princess Shirley had always treated Naza like her own little sister. Now Naza was all alone. Thus, she was very close to Princess Shirley. Now that she knew that Princess Shirley was in danger, she couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right, I'll head to the deep-sea demon kingdom now. You can stay here and wait for my news. Naza had originally wanted to go with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't let her go because he was worried about her. Furthermore, the situation in the deep-sea demon kingdom was unclear. Naza knew that she might cause trouble if she went, so she listened to Lin Feng and stayed in the Dragon Gate to wait for news. Now that the Dragon Gate had annexed Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, and Rosen Island, their forces had developed very quickly. The Dragon Gate army had reached 15,000 people. The Burning Blood Legion now had a total of 8,000 people. The Purgatory Assassin Organization had reached 6,000 people. Among these three forces, the most elite was the Purgatory Assassin Organization. Their equipment was the best. Most importantly, under Butterfly's training, they had begun to cultivate the Tao of killing. One move, one style, only to kill. Lin Feng brought 10,000 cultivators from the Dragon Gate Army, the Burning Blood Legion, and the Purgatory Assassin Organization each brought 3,000 people. A total of 16,000 people boarded the Xianyuan Ancient Spaceship. Immediately after, the Xianyuan Ancient Spaceship tore through the void and quickly left. Outside the deep-sea demon kingdom, the densely packed ancient warships and Xiu Shijun completely sealed off the area. Some of these ancient warships and Xiu Shijun were from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Some of them were from the Merfolk race. Originally, the experts from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk race had come to look for Princess Shueli's father. Moreover, they seemed to have a good relationship with each other. However, for some reason, they had met on the battlefield. The Xianyuan ancient spaceship flew out of the void and saw the densely packed ancient warships and Xiu Shijun from afar. Master, the path to the deep-sea demon kingdom has been sealed. What do we do now? Wan Yinyang asked. Force our way through. Lin Feng said. The Xianyuan ancient spaceship speed was raised to the limit. An ancient ship is barging in. Fire! Destroy that ancient ship. A cold voice came from the enemy fleet. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the ancient warships fired a dense barrage of spirit stone shells towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Fire! After Lin Feng gave the order, the Xianyuan ancient spaceship also began to fire spirit stone cannons. Boom! Boom! A dense barrage of spirit stone shells was fired. At the same time, the restrictions on the Xianyuan ancient spaceship were activated. Boom! 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 Both sides engaged in close combat above the sea. In the end, the Xianyuan ancient spaceship destroyed 3 ancient warships. Then, it tore through the layers of blockade and quickly rushed into the depths of the sea. Damn it! They must be reinforcements from the deep-sea demon kingdom. A purple-scaled merman on the main ship said with a gloomy expression. An expert from the evil dragon race laughed. It's just an ancient ship. Although the ancient ship is quite extraordinary, what can it do against our 3 million-strong army? Said the merman coldly. 20 days have already passed, and there are only 10 days left. If the deep-sea goblin country doesn't surrender, we'll attack and make this country history. Chapter 2035. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship arrived outside the deep-sea demon kingdom. The deep-sea demon kingdom's protective barrier had been activated, so no one could enter or leave. Princess Shirley, open the barrier and let us in, Lin Feng shouted. He's here. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Princess Shirley's face lit up. She quickly rushed out of the palace and went to the city walls, then ordered the deep-sea demon kingdom's formation masters to open the barrier. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship entered the deep-sea demon kingdom. Lin Feng came down from the Xianyuan ship and saw Princess Shueli, who was as beautiful as ever. However, she had lost some weight and looked tired. It seemed like she hadn't rested well. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back to the palace, Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng nodded. The cultivator army on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship disembarked and was led to the army camp by a marine general brought by Princess Shirley. Lin Feng put the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship away. Then he followed Princess Shirley to the palace. After arriving at the palace, Princess Shirley arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. Lin Feng asked, "The cultivator army outside is densely packed. There are millions of them. What happened? Why are there so many cultivator armies surrounding the deep-sea demon kingdom?" Princess Shirley sighed and said, "Do you remember when I told you that the experts of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Purple-Scaled clan came to look for my imperial father? They explored a secret realm with my imperial father. In that secret realm, they each had their own fortuitous encounters and harvests. However, those people were greedy and wanted to take what my imperial father had obtained for himself. So they joined hands and injured my imperial father. Now, my imperial father has escaped with heavy injuries. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the human race immediately sent an army to surround the deep-sea demon kingdom. They gave my imperial father a month's time. If he didn't hand over that item, they would attack the deep-sea demon kingdom and make it bleed like a river. 20 days have already passed. There are only 10 days left before the two great forces launch an attack." Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect the reason to be like this. He asked, "How is your father now?" Princess Shirley said, "He's currently recuperating, but his injuries are quite serious, so he hasn't come out yet." Lin Feng asked, just what kind of treasure could cause the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the merfolk to fight over it so crazily? Princess Shirley said, "I don't know either. Imperial father didn't take that thing out." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now that the army was pressing in, there were simply too many people on the other side. The deep-sea demon kingdom was unable to contend against an army of millions. The best way was to hand over the treasures to the enemy. He wanted the other party to withdraw, since the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk clan had given the deep-sea demon kingdom a month to consider. Clearly, these two forces didn't want to fight to the death. After all, the deep-sea demon kingdom was not weak, even if they could destroy the deep-sea demon kingdom. He would also suffer great losses. Lin Feng said, "What do you plan to do? Never compromise? Fight to the death?" Princess Shirley sighed and said, "If I could make the decision, I would give that thing to them and let the experts of the two sides kill each other over it. However, I can't make the decision. The one who can make the decision for the deep-sea demon kingdom is my imperial father. My imperial father has given the order to temporarily defend the ancient city and prepare for battle. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, he knows that this battle could bring disaster to the deep-sea demon kingdom, but your imperial father still insists on fighting. This means that the thing your imperial father obtained is definitely worth the risk. Perhaps. Princess Shirley nodded. Princess Shweli nodded and said apologetically, I shouldn't have dragged you into this, but I really can't find anyone who can help the deep-sea goblin kingdom. Lin Feng said, don't blame yourself, princess. Since we're friends, your problems are my problems, so I naturally have to help you. I don't want to see the beautiful Princess Shirley die. Princess Shirley was pleasantly surprised. What did Lin Feng mean by this? Could it be that Lin Feng was interested in her? This made her heart race. She felt nervous, expectant, worried, nervous, and all sorts of complicated emotions, making her feel as if she was about to suffocate. Lin Feng said, take me to see the deep-sea demon kingdom's formations. During this time, I'll see if I can help the deep-sea demon kingdom strengthen their formations. Princess Shirley said, you just came to the deep-sea demon kingdom, so you must be very tired. Rest for a day, and then go and inspect the formations tomorrow. Lin Feng said, the army outside is eyeing us covetously, and your imperial father isn't willing to compromise. We don't have much time, so we have to seize every second. Princess Shirley nodded and said, please come with me, sir. Lin Feng followed Princess Shirley and started to inspect the deep-sea demon kingdom's formations. He spent an entire day looking through the most important part of the formation. Over the next few days, Lin Feng started to repair some of the deep-sea demon kingdom's damaged formations. There were some ancient formations that even the deep-sea demon kingdom's spirit formation masters couldn't repair, but this wasn't too difficult for Lin Feng. After repairing the damaged Great Formation, the Great Formation of the Great Formation had been repaired. Lin Feng started to add new formations to the deep-sea demon kingdom's formations, using the emperor's inscriptions that he knew. Currently, Lin Feng only knew one type of emperor's inscriptions. Even though he only knew one type of emperor's inscriptions, most of the time, Lin Feng's emperor's inscriptions could be used to great effect. After working for 8 days, Lin Feng finally finished setting up the formations, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Princess Shirley's father still hadn't come out of seclusion, and Lin Feng was quite dissatisfied with Princess Shirley's father. For his own selfishness, he had put the entire kingdom in danger. This emperor was simply too unqualified. However, he was still Princess Shirley's father, and Lin Feng and Princess Shirley were friends, so he couldn't directly criticize Princess Shirley's father. Woo, 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 the sound of a bugle horn suddenly rang out. The entire deep-sea demon kingdom was alarmed. The residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom hid in their homes and trembled. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of war drums resounded throughout the world. Huge ancient warships entered the deep sea one after another. Immediately after, a large number of soldiers entered the deep sea. The densely packed ancient warships and soldiers completely sealed off the deep-sea demon kingdom. The purple-scaled merpeople were the royal family of the merpeople, and the commander of the merpeople this time was the butchering god. Lin Feng had seen this person when he first came to the deep-sea demon kingdom. Chapter 2036. When Slayer God had first arrived at the deep-sea demon nation, he had made quite a scene. Many of the royal family members of the deep-sea demon nation had personally come out to welcome him. Now, Slayer God had become the merman race's marshal for the expedition against the deep-sea demon nation. Sometimes relationships were thinner than paper. This was not a casual remark. It might be better in the secular world. The world of cultivators was filled with mutual deception and intrigue. Anything could happen for the sake of benefits. Therefore, It was not surprising that Slayer God had turned from a friend of Princess Shui Li's father to an enemy. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was very normal. There was an old acquaintance of Lin Feng's among the experts from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. This old acquaintance was none other than Long Yuanzong. Now, Long Yuanzong only had one arm left. The other arm was destroyed by Lin Feng using the sacred bone. Later, outside the Myriad Star Islands, Lin Feng was surrounded by Long Yuanzong's fleet. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starship had displayed its might. Even though it was heavily surrounded, it had still destroyed one of Long Yuanzong's fleets and almost annihilated Long Yuanzong. However, at the critical moment, Long Yuanzong had summoned the evil dragon Golden Body. The Xianyuan ancient starship was not a match for the evil dragon Golden Body and could only retreat. Long Yuanzong was lucky enough to preserve his life. Of course, the current Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng of the past. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through to the second firmament of the true god realm. His combat strength had soared. He did not even need to use the sacred bone to kill Long Yuanzong. The commander of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's side was not Long Yuanzong, but another cultivator. This was a middle-aged cultivator with a dignified aura. This person was called Long Yuanhun. Like Long Yuanzong, he was also an expert of the Yuan generation of the evil dragon race. The Yuan generation of the evil dragon race was also the generation of the 9 great evil dragons. These people were of the same generation as the 9 great evil dragons. The evil dragon race's experts were blood brothers. Each of the 9 great evil dragons was more heaven-defying than the other. They were the core figures of the evil dragon race. Apart from the 9 great evil dragons, the evil dragon race, the dragon source spirit, was one of them. Since Brother Slayer is friends with the deep sea monster emperor, let Brother Slayer do the talking. Long Yuanhun said. The deep sea demon emperor referred to Princess Shirley's father, Su Yuansheng. Brother Su, since we are friends, if you hand over the treasure now, we will immediately withdraw our troops. If you don't hand it over, we'll have no choice but to break into the city, said Lin Feng. Brother Su, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your people. Once the city is breached, it will be the day your deep-sea demon kingdom is destroyed. I hope Brother Su can think clearly. Don't harm your own clansmen and your own people because of your selfishness. Butchering God's high-pitched voice resounded above the entire deep-sea demon kingdom. However, deep-sea demon monarch did not respond to Butchering God. Butchering God sneered and said, since they don't know what's good for them, we can only let the deep-sea monster kingdom become history. Attack! As Slayer God's voice fell, rumble, rumble, rumble. 500 ancient warships rushed forward. Heaven and earth shook. Fire, along with the order. Rumble immediately after. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells was fired. Cultivator army, get ready! A loud shout resounded. 3 million cultivator army gathered. Attack! The order was immediately given. Dense magic treasures flew out, and all of them bombarded the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions. 3 million cultivator army. 500 ancient warships attacked together. Such a fierce attack. Even if a giant god-level expert went out, he would only die. Even Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient spaceship could not withstand such a terrifying attack. Bang, 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 bang. All kinds of attacks bombarded the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions. Although the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions were powerful, but under such a terrifying attack. Now, the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions were shaking violently. War was the cruelest, no matter how strong a person was. But in a large-scale battle, he would not be able to play a leading role. Just like the war in front of them, it was not something that could be solved by one or a few people. In the ancient city, panic was everywhere. Facing the siege of the army outside, the residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom were terrified, looking at the spiritual stone shells and all kinds of magic treasures falling from the sky. Princess Shirley's face was very ugly, although those attacks were temporarily blocked by the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions. However, how long could the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions resist? Lin Feng also activated the large array he had arranged. At the same time, hundreds of Emperor runes he had arranged were activated. These Emperor runes were integrated into the large array and became one with it, so it was very powerful. Buzz. After the large array arranged by Lin Feng was activated, it immediately shrouded the deep-sea demon kingdom. It formed a double protection with the original restrictions of the deep-sea demon kingdom. Bang, bang, bang. When the densely packed spirit stone cannonballs and magic treasures came crashing down, the double defense array's defensive effect was amazing. All of the attacks were blocked, and the defensive array was very well preserved. Lin Feng said, "Although we've temporarily blocked the army's attack, it's hard to say how long we can last. Right now, there are two solutions. One is to find a way to move the residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom, and the other is to have your father give that thing to the people outside." Princess Shirley smiled bitterly and said, "I can't make the decision on the second point, but I can make the decision on the first point. There's a mysterious teleportation array deep under the deep-sea demon kingdom, and it's a great array passed down from the immortal ancient era. This great array is a secret of our royal family, and because it's too old, it's about to be destroyed. As such, our royal family won't use it unless we're in danger of being exterminated. The experts of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the merfolk race have sealed the void, so ordinary teleportation arrays can't teleport people out. However, this ancient teleportation array from the immortal ancient era should be able to do it." Lin Feng said, "We can't delay any longer, so we can use that great array. Hurry up and activate it to move people out." "All right, I'll order people to gather the residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom and activate the great array to teleport them out." Princess Shirley gritted her teeth and said, "This great array could not be used unless absolutely necessary." Right now, she was activating it behind her father's back. However, in order to save the innocent residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom, Princess Shirley had to make a decision. Only then did she make up her mind. She had to use the great array without permission. Princess Shirley did not stay and quickly left. Bang, bang, bang. Countless spiritual stone shells and magic treasures bombarded the defensive array. However, they were still unable to destroy the teleportation array. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the outside. When Lin Feng sensed that oppressive strength, his facial expression changed slightly. This was the pressure of an imperial weapon. Chapter 2037. An imperial weapon was a powerful weapon. Once an imperial weapon was used, it would greatly increase the speed of breaking through the defensive barrier. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression turned serious when he sensed the imperial weapon's aura. It's an imperial weapon. Some of the higher-ups of the deep-sea demon kingdom also sensed the imperial weapon's aura and exclaimed. They knew how terrifying an imperial weapon was. Once an imperial weapon was used, the deep-sea demon kingdom would not be able to resist. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Everyone saw a huge evil dragon flying out. The evil dragon was 3,000 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky like a terrifying evil spirit. Its roar shook the world. It was not a real evil dragon, It was an imperial weapon transformed into an evil dragon. This imperial weapon should be the most precious treasure of the evil dragon tribe. Now that it was used, it was attacking the city's defensive barrier with the ancient war ships and the army of cultivators. The evil dragon extended its claws. Bang! The huge evil dragon slammed its claws on the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive barrier. In an instant, the entire barrier shook violently. As expected of an evil dragon formed from an imperial weapon, its attack power was simply too powerful. It was truly shocking and shocking. Quick, activate the barrier and leave. Princess Shui Li's face turned pale when she saw the imperial weapon attacking the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive barrier. The deep-sea demon kingdom would not be able to resist the attack. The city would be breached. It was only a matter of time. She needed to race against time. Soon, the barrier was activated. Batches of people were sent out. The first to be sent out were the deep-sea demon kingdom's royal family, followed by the various clans. Ordinary people were the last to be sent out. Bang, bang, bang. The situation was very dangerous. The imperial weapon transformed into an evil dragon and attacked the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive barrier again and again. The deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive barrier was shaking more and more violently. Many of the barriers were even beginning to collapse. 9 Demons Diagram. Go! Lin Feng summoned the 9 Demons Diagram and flew toward the huge evil dragon. The 9 Demons Diagram continued to expand in the air. Soon, it covered an area of dozens of square meters. The enlarged 9 demons painting viciously slammed towards the evil dragon. The evil dragon's roar shook the sky as it waved its huge claws and clashed with the 9 demons painting. All of a sudden, heaven and earth shook as if the mountains and seas were overturned. The 9 devils' portrait is Lin Feng. It must be him. After seeing the 9 demons painting, Long Yuan Zong's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. When he saw the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, he felt that it looked a little familiar. However, there were too many ancient war ships that were similar to each other. Therefore, the Long Yuan sect was not sure if it was Lin Feng's ancient warship. But now, he saw the 9 demons painting. He was certain that the ancient ship that had invaded the deep-sea demon kingdom was Lin Feng's ancient ship. This made Long Yuan Zong so excited that his whole body was trembling. The Long Yuan sect wished that he could cut Lin Feng into pieces even in his dreams. It was just that he hadn't heard from Lin Feng for a while. Right now, Lin Feng actually broke through the blockade of the cultivator army and entered the deep-sea demon kingdom. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? There's a path to heaven for you, but there's no door to hell for you to barge in. Lin Feng, you're dead. The Long Yuan sect roared in excitement. His face became sinister and distorted. Long Yuanhuan's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Lin Feng? You're saying that Lin Feng is in the deep-sea demon kingdom? Although Long Yuanhan had never seen Lin Feng, he had heard of Lin Feng. Even the Long Yuan sect had almost fallen in the hands of Lin Feng. Their 9th evil dragon palace had even gone to the longevity camp to issue a bounty to assassinate Lin Feng. Long Yuanhuan's ears were about to grow calluses from hearing the name Lin Feng. That's right. It's that brat. The 9 demons painting is his treasure. The Long Yuan sect's eyes were filled with killing intent. Butchering God said, I know this Lin Feng as well. He killed an expert of my merfolk clan in the Dark Sea. My merfolk clan chased after him, but he was very cunning and escaped. Later, we found out that he joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect. We've always wanted to kill him, but we couldn't find a chance. Who would have thought that we'd meet him here today? Just as well, we'll grind his bones to dust today. As soon as Butchering God finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Buzz. A magic treasure flew out. This magic treasure was a blood-colored demonic banner. After it was taken out, millions of vengeful ghosts rushed out, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. A demonic artifact. It was a powerful demonic artifact. Moreover, it was a demonic artifact that had reached the level of an emperor weapon. Holy Lord of all demons! Holy Lord of all demons! A series of low growls came from the demonic banner. Then, the demonic banner transformed into a man in a black robe. That man was like a demon emperor that had been awakened. The aura he exuded was suffocating. Emperor weapons could transform. Hence, the evil dragon tribe's emperor weapon transformed into a huge evil dragon. The merfolk butchering god of the purple scale tribe's emperor weapon transformed into a black-robed man. Lin Feng's 9 demons painting could not transform because it was only 1/9 of its original form. The 9 demons painting was divided into 9 parts. It could not transform into an emperor weapon. Bang! The black-robed man transformed from the emperor weapon struck the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive formation. The deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive formation shook violently. Many defensive formations were destroyed. Lin Feng's expression darkened. This was troublesome. His opponent had used 2 emperor weapons. Although he still had the emperor weapon, the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring jar was severely damaged and could not withstand the black-robed man's attack. He also had a forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer. However, the purple lightning hammer was a one-time consumable. He had one last chance to use it. The purple lightning hammer could only last for 15 minutes. Hence, even if he used the purple lightning hammer, he could not defeat the black-robed man. Unless he could use another emperor weapon, there was no way he could defeat the black-robed man. Bang! 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 The black-robed man continued to attack the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive formation. The situation was extremely dangerous. You've gone too far. At that moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the palace. Following that, a middle-aged man flew out. The middle-aged man was tall and had an extraordinary aura. Your Majesty, upon seeing the middle-aged man, countless people from the deep-sea demon kingdom bowed to him. Clearly, the middle-aged man was Princess Xue Li's father. See God's trident. The middle-aged man shouted and took out a treasure. It was a golden trident. The golden divine trident emitted waves of destructive energy waves. A terrifying emperor aura filled the air. The golden trident was also an emperor weapon. So it's this treasure, an emperor weapon forged by the sea god. Could Princess Xue Li be a descendant of the sea god? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Lord of the Seas, the sea god. At that moment, an ancient voice came from the golden trident. Divine light shot into the sky as the golden trident transformed into an ancient sea tribe god. Chapter 2038. It's the sea god. Countless people in the deep sea demon kingdom knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sea god. They prayed that the sea god would protect the deep sea demon kingdom. That sea god looked exactly like Poseidon, the sea god. However, it was obvious that the sea god was not the sea god Poseidon. He was only transformed from an emperor weapon. The golden divine trident was the sea god Poseidon's treasure. Therefore, it was not surprising that the golden divine trident transformed into the sea god Poseidon's appearance. Boom! The sea god rushed out of the ancient city and fought the black-robed cultivator. The 2 cultivators transformed from 2 emperor weapons were very powerful. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the sea seemed to be turning upside down. Boy, are you my daughter's man? The deep-sea demon emperor's thunderous voice resounded through the sky. There was probably no one in the entire deep-sea demon kingdom that couldn't hear it. Princess Shirley, who was commanding the evacuation of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom's residents, turned red when she heard the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's words. She bit her red lips and blushed. "Sis, is Lin Feng really your boyfriend?" asked Lin Feng. 8th Prince Su Jichen, who was helping to evacuate the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom's residents, looked at Princess Shirley ambiguously. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor had more than a dozen children. Su Jichen and Princess Shirley were siblings. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll twist your ear off." Princess Shirley grabbed her brother's ear and twisted it. "Sister, I was right? Lin Feng is my brother-in-law. Otherwise, why would you make such a big fuss? If he's not my brother-in-law, why would he take such a big risk to help you?" Su Jichen shouted as he struggled. "Who told you to spout nonsense? Who told you to spout nonsense?" Princess Shirley blushed and began to scold her brother. Cough, cough. "Senior, you've misunderstood. Princess Shirley and I are." Lin Feng was about to explain. The relationship between him and Princess Shirley was even purer than spring and snow. If Lin Feng and Princess Shirley were lovers, he would admit it. Most importantly, the two of them weren't. But before Lin Feng could finish, the Emperor of the Deep-Sea Bestial Beasts said, "I know that young people like you are shy. You don't want to admit it in front of an elder like me, but don't worry, I'm not pedantic. You're a good young man. I'm happy to have you as my son-in-law. I used to be your age, and I know that young people like you are full of vigor. But as an elder, I have to give you a piece of advice. You and Xue Li are at a critical moment in your cultivation." When Lin Feng heard Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's words, he almost spat out 3 liters of blood. He didn't expect the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor to be such a weirdo. Princess Shirley wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said, "Junior will remember Senior's teachings. My daughter has already become your woman, yet you still call me Senior?" The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's bell-like eyes suddenly widened. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Father-in-law, this son-in-law will remember your words." "Ha ha ha, good son-in-law." The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor laughed loudly. "My dear sister, you said you had nothing to do with Lin Feng, but now you're calling him father-in-law. Tell me honestly, how far have you two progressed? I remember now, you left the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom for the ancient Desolate Sea Domain to meet a friend. Did you meet brother-in-law in private? Heavens, you've been in the ancient Desolate Sea Domain for so long. Everything that should and shouldn't have happened, right?" Su Jichen wailed. "Don't you think I won't beat you to death if you keep talking nonsense?" Princess Shirley looked at her younger brother angrily and pretended she was going to beat him up. Su Jichen hurriedly ran away. Princess Shirley bit her lip and looked at Lin Feng, who was floating in the distance. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know why Lin Feng would admit to having a relationship with her. Could it be? Did he like her too? Thinking of this, Princess Shirley's heartbeat quickened by quite a bit. Lin Feng didn't think too much. He was just dealing with the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. If his answer didn't satisfy the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor, he didn't know what other shocking things the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor would say. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Allied army's attack was extremely fierce. Even though the 2 Imperial weapons they had summoned were blocked, they still managed to block the attack. However, the Allied army had more people. Furthermore, there were a total of 500 ancient warships. With such a huge force, it was only a matter of time before they broke through the city. Woo, 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 woo. The loud sound of a horn was heard. Then giant mermen walked out one by one. These giant mermen were 3,000 meters tall. Each of them was pushing a mountain-sized bronze siege chariot forward at the bottom of the sea. These siege chariots were made of an extremely rare type of bronze, and had amazing destructive power. They could easily tear apart the defensive array and break open the city walls and city gates. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The bottom of the sea was shaking violently. There were a total of 30 of these giant mermen. The 30 siege chariots were pushed to the front of the ancient city. Attack! Butcher God gave the order to attack. The 30 giant mermen pushed the siege chariots and began to crazily hit the city gates and walls of the deep-sea demon city. Kacha! Kacha! Suddenly, the restriction protecting the ancient city began to break. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, "We must kill these giant mermen. Otherwise, the city will be broken through soon." "I'll go kill them," the deep-sea demon emperor said, and directly rushed out of the ancient city. "Ha ha ha ha, deep-sea demon emperor, your opponent is us, Butcher God," and the dragon source spirit flew out and fought with the deep-sea demon emperor. "Follow me to kill those giant mermen," an elder of the deep-sea demon kingdom's royal family shouted. This elder led 200 experts of the deep-sea demon kingdom to charge out. Kill! At this time, 3,000 elite experts rushed out from the allied army and surrounded the experts of the deep-sea demon kingdom. A huge battle broke out. The 200 experts of the deep-sea demon kingdom were quickly killed. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was incomparably gloomy. The allied army of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the mermen was too large. The number of people on the deep-sea demon kingdom's side could not be compared to the allied army. "Where is the dragon sex cultivator army?" Lin Feng shouted. "Here." The dragon sex cultivator army all rushed into the sky in an orderly formation. "Follow me to kill those giant mermen." Lin Feng roared and led the charge out of the ancient city. The 16,000 dragon sex cultivator army followed closely behind Lin Feng. Chapter 2039. Seeing Lin Feng rushing out of the deep-sea demon city, Long Yuanzong's eyes lit up immediately. He wanted Lin Feng's life, even in his dreams. Now, he finally saw an opportunity. "Follow me to kill that brat." Long Yuanzong drew his sword and shouted, "Yes, my lord." Immediately, the 100,000 troops followed Long Yuanzong and charged towards Lin Feng. At this time, the Dragon Sect Cultivator Army had also rushed out. They lined up in an orderly manner, forming the most perfect offensive and defensive formation. "Block these people for me." Lin Feng shouted, "Yes, my lord." After receiving Lin Feng's order, the Dragon Sect Cultivator Army shouted in unison, their fighting spirit soared. The 16,000 Dragon Sect Cultivator Army fought with the 100,000 troops led by Long Yuanzong and were not at a disadvantage at all. "Follow me to kill that group of bastards." The first Prince Su Jiyuan shouted. This eldest prince and Princess Xue Li were half-brothers. He was talented and was well-versed in both civil and military matters. He was highly regarded by the deep-sea demon emperor. Now, he saw Lin Feng leading the Dragon Sect Cultivator Army out. He also led the 50,000 Sea Clan troops out without hesitation to support the Dragon Sect Cultivator Army. They received the support of the 50,000 troops of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom. The confidence of the Dragon Sect Cultivator Army was greatly boosted. They instantly defeated the 100,000 troops of the other party. Many people were killed. This is infuriating. This is infuriating. Quickly come and support. Long Yuanzong roared in exasperation. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the world. 500,000 troops from the Alliance Army attacked the Dragon Sect Cultivator Army and the Sea Clan troops. On the other side, Lin Feng took out the revered sword tomb. The Black Dragon Sword Chaos Small Sword, Spring and Autumn Sword, and Void Sword all flew out. The 4 great swords slashed towards the 4 giant mermen. These giant mermen were very powerful. Each giant merman was roughly equivalent to a 10th firmament celestial god. Coupled with their powerful physical bodies, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ancestor-level powerhouses to kill them. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Even ancestor-level powerhouses were no match for Lin Feng. With such tyrannical strength, he even used a supreme treasure like the Black Dragon Sword. It was not impossible to kill these powerful giant mermen. Despicable human, you're courting death. The 4 giant mermen, who were attacked, all let out angry roars. Their weapons were on the bronze siege chariots. The weapons of these giant mermen were all huge hammers. Those iron hammers were all forged from divine iron and were extremely powerful. The 4 giant mermen grabbed their hammers and smashed them towards the swords that were coming at them. Clang, 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 4 consecutive clanging sounds of impact were heard. The 4 treasured swords were all smashed away. What powerful strength! Lin Feng was shocked. It was indeed not easy to kill these giant mermen. Right now, the Alliance Army's 500,000-strong army was charging over. The Dragon Sex Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Clan's Cultivator Army would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, he had to kill these giant mermen as soon as possible. Slash! Lin Feng once again controlled the 4 swords to attack the 4 giant mermen. Foolish human! The 4 giant mermen sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng's attack could not hurt them at all. Just as the attacks from both sides were about to collide, Lin Feng summoned his godly state clone. His godly state clone's cultivation had improved extremely quickly over the years. That was because Lin Feng had let his godly state clone absorb all the power of faith. Under the continuous supply of the power of faith, his godly state clone's cultivation had reached the 10th firmament of the heavenly god state. After Lin Feng summoned his godly state clone, he held the great desolate war spear and attacked one of the giant mermen. Lin Feng summoned 2 other treasures. The first treasure was the immortal binding rope. The second treasure was a blood moon saber. The blood moon saber was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a giant god weapon. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 swords once again clashed with the hammers in the hands of the 4 giant mermen. At the moment of the collision, the godly state clone had already sneaked to the side of one of the giant mermen. He leaped up and instantly arrived at the giant merman's head. The great desolate war spear in his hand pierced through the giant merman's head. The giant merman roared and slapped at the godly state clone. However, the godly state clone dodged quickly. Poof! In the next moment, the giant merman's head was pierced through. Clang! The giant merman's huge body fell to the ground and died. At that moment, Lin Feng's demon blade also killed a giant mermaid. The immortal binding rope seized the opportunity to bind the other 2 giant mermen. This was Lin Feng's ability to multitask. He could control the regal sword tomb, immortal binding rope, and devil saber at the same time. Slash! After the devil saber killed the first giant merman, it immediately attacked the other giant merman that was bound by the immortal binding rope. At the same time, the godly state clone had already stabbed the second giant merman with the great desolate war spear. Poof! Poof! 2 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. Lin Feng and the godly state clone cooperated very well. They killed the 2 giant mermen that were bound by the immortal binding rope in the shortest time possible. Roar! 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 The rest of the giant mermen roared angrily and charged toward Lin Feng and the godly state clone. Use the sky-devouring jar to help me stall these giant mermen. Lin Feng took out the sky-devouring jar and handed it to the godly state clone. The godly state clone received the order and flew above the giant merman to activate the sky-devouring jar. With the godly state clone's activation, a huge black hole flew out of the sky-devouring jar and enveloped all the giant mermen. The sky-devouring jar was the treasure of the sky-devouring devil emperor. This treasure was extremely strange. This treasure was very similar to some of the abilities of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. Lin Feng even suspected that the sky-devouring devil emperor was the ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan. The sky-devouring jar also had a powerful sealing ability. Under the full activation of the godly state clone, the remaining 24 giant mermen slowed down a lot. This is a good chance. Lin Feng took out the immortal binding rope and wanted to bind the giant mermen. Whoosh! However, all the giant mermen suddenly blew away the immortal binding rope. Since I can't bind you, I'll kill you with all my strength. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. After putting away the immortal binding rope, he took out the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Then he continued to use his ability to do 3 things at once. The Black Dragon Sword, the Small Chaos Sword, the Death Sword, and the Spring and Autumn Sword all attacked a giant merman. The 4 ferocious cauldrons were also activated and revealed the Tao Tai, Hundun, Tao Wu, and Qiong Qi. The 4 beasts roared and shook the sky. After the 4 beasts awakened, the 4 ferocious cauldrons became more powerful and attacked the giant merman. At the same time, the bloody broadsword also slashed towards the giant merman. The giant merman couldn't withstand the attacks of so many treasures and was killed in an instant. The 4 ferocious cauldrons hit the giant merman's body, and the giant merman's body exploded. At this moment, the black dragon sword emitted a powerful devouring power and devoured the giant merman's flesh and soul. Chapter 2040. The black dragon sword is actually devouring the giant merman's flesh and soul. Could it be that the giant merman's flesh and soul can help the black dragon sword unlock its seal? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The black dragon sword was originally listed in the Divine Sword Manual, ranked 72nd. However, there was one thing to be clear. The black dragon sword had 9 seals added to it. With each additional seal added, the black dragon sword's power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, it had 9 seals added to it. One could imagine the black dragon sword's power could not be unleashed. However, even with 9 seals added to it, the black dragon sword could still be ranked 72nd in the Divine Sword Manual. If the seals were unlocked, how terrifying would the black dragon sword be? By chance, Lin Feng had already unlocked 2 seals on the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword's power had become abnormally terrifying, far surpassing an ordinary giant weapon god. When the second seal was unlocked, Lin Feng knew that the black dragon sword must be hiding a huge secret. The black dragon sword was not a divine weapon at all. Its level should be far beyond a divine weapon. However, the black dragon sword's power could not be unleashed because of the seals. Only by unlocking all the seals on the black dragon sword. Only by unlocking the seals could the black dragon sword's power be unleashed. Only by unlocking the seals could one know what level the black dragon sword was. Now that the black dragon sword was devouring the giant merman's flesh and soul, it was a sign that the black dragon sword was about to unlock the 3rd seal. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Bang, 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 bang. The other 4 giant mermen's corpses also crumbled, turning into flesh and soul. Phew! The black dragon sword emitted a powerful devouring power, devouring all the flesh and soul of the 4 giant mermen's corpses. Lin Feng smiled. It seemed that the Black Dragon Sword was about to unlock the third seal. When the Black Dragon Sword unlocked the third seal, the Black Dragon Sword's power would increase greatly. Lin Feng was looking forward to unlocking all 9 seals on the Black Dragon Sword. However, he knew that this could not be rushed. It had to be done step by step. Haste makes waste. Lin Feng continued to control the 4 treasured swords, the 4 cauldrons, and the demonic saber to unleash their strongest attacks on the second giant merman. He was now focusing his power and killing them one by one. Puff! A tearing sound could be heard. The second giant merman was killed. Bang! The 4 ferocious cauldrons crashed into the second giant merman. The body of the second giant merman exploded. The Black Dragon Sword also devoured the flesh and soul of the second giant merman. Lin Feng could sense the pleasant surprise emanating from the Black Dragon Sword. At the same time, he also felt a strong desire. The Black Dragon Sword thirsted for more flesh and blood essence. Although the Black Dragon Sword had already devoured the flesh and souls of the 6 giant mermen, these flesh and souls were far from enough to unlock the third seal. Lin Feng attacked with all his might and continued to kill the other giant mermen. Bang! 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 Sounds of bodies exploding could be heard as the giant mermen were killed one after another. It didn't take long. 20 of the 30 giant mermen were killed by Lin Feng. There were still 10 giant mermen left. At the other side, under the attacks of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk Army, the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army, and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army were gradually unable to hold on. People were constantly being killed. The ground was littered with corpses. This was war. War was so cruel. Little bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, an angry roar could be heard. A purple-scaled merman looked at Lin Feng furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. When the purple-scaled merman saw Lin Feng kill so many giant mermen, he wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Whoosh! The purple-scaled merman quickly charged towards Lin Feng. His body emitted a terrifying aura. This was an ancestor-level expert. However, the Merfolk race was very powerful. Ordinary Merfolk race members could deal with 4 or 5 experts of the same level from other races. As the royal family of the Merfolk race, the purple-scaled mermen were even more powerful. Therefore, this purple-scaled merman's cultivation was not something an ordinary ancestor-level cultivator could compare to. Lin Feng, you brat, your death is here. The Longyuan sect also flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to take Lin Feng's life. The Longyuan sect had lost an arm, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. Lin Feng did not care about the Longyuan sect at all. What he really cared about was the purple-scaled merman. He was too powerful. Lin Feng could challenge those of a higher level. The purple-scaled merman could also challenge those of a higher level. Although the purple-scaled merman could not defeat opponents of a higher level like Lin Feng. However, the purple-scaled merman's cultivation level was higher. He suppressed Lin Feng in terms of cultivation level, and he was also someone who could challenge those of a higher level. Therefore, this purple-scaled merman was a huge problem for Lin Feng. I have to end this quickly, otherwise it will be disadvantageous for me. Lin Feng glanced at the battlefield not far away. The dragon sect and oceanic race cultivators were retreating. They could not hold on much longer. Therefore, Lin Feng had to finish off the purple-scaled merman as soon as possible. Brat, die! The merman of the purple scale race attacked. A purple ball of energy condensed in his hand. He directly took out the purple energy ball. It charged towards Lin Feng. The Longyuan sect was more sinister. He quietly went behind Lin Feng and slashed at Lin Feng with his sword. He wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Facing the siege of the two, Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique to dodge their attacks. Then, Lin Feng began to activate the Emperor Bone. The Emperor Bone in his chest was activated. Originally, the magic power in Lin Feng's body would be completely devoured when he activated the Emperor Bone. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly. This time, when he activated the Emperor Bone, only about 70% of the magic power in his body was taken away. Buzz. The Emperor Bone directly shot out a dazzling beam of light towards the purple-scaled merman. The purple-scaled merman was shocked. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually dodge the joint attack of him and the Long Yuan sect. Now, facing Lin Feng's attack, he wanted to dodge again. It was already too late. Therefore, the purple-scaled merman hurriedly used a black tortoise divine technique and condensed a black tortoise barrier in front of him. This was an extremely powerful defensive divine ability. However, the power of the Emperor Bone was too powerful. It was not something that the black tortoise barrier could withstand. Bang! The beam of light released by the Emperor Bone instantly shattered the black tortoise barrier. Then, the power of the beam of light did not decrease by much. In the next moment, it directly bombarded the purple-scaled merman's body. The purple-scaled merman's body directly exploded. Whoosh! The black dragon sword devoured the purple-scaled merman's flesh and soul. The black dragon sword emitted waves of shocking fluctuations. It was already on the verge of unlocking the third seal. Run, run, run! Seeing the purple-scaled merman being killed, the Long Yuan sect was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned around and fled into the distance. I can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Although he only had 30% of his magic power left, it was not difficult to deal with the Long Yuan sect. He quickly chased after him and punched towards the Long Yuan sect. Chapter 2041. Go to hell. Long Yuan Zong's face was full of ferocity. He turned around and slashed at Lin Feng with his sword, wanting to split Lin Feng in half. Facing Long Yuan Zong's attack, Lin Feng did not dodge. His left hand kept changing hand seals, using the 3,000 Great Tao of the Great Defense Technique to condense a defensive crystal wall in front of his body. Long Yuan Zong's hasty attack was immediately blocked by the defensive crystal wall. Then, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Long Yuan Zong's body. Bang! Long Yuan Zong's body exploded, and he died on the spot. However, the black dragon sword did not devour Long Yuan Zong's flesh and soul. It seemed that only the flesh and soul of the merfolk could be effective in unsealing the black dragon sword. Damn it! Damn it! Lord Long Yuan Zong and Lord Lu Ming were killed by that kid. Go and kill that kid. An expert from the evil dragon race roared angrily. He immediately led a large group of people to attack Lin Feng. Stop them! Wanyan Yang shouted and led the dragon sect cultivator army to stop these people. Lin Feng came in front of these giant merfolk. He attacked with all his might. He attacked these giant merfolk crazily. Poof! 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 The giant merfolk were killed one by one, and their bodies were blasted apart by the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Then all their flesh and soul were devoured by the black dragon sword. Under the perfect cooperation of Lin Feng and his godly realm clone, the 10 giant merfolk were quickly killed. After the black dragon sword devoured the last 10 giant merfolk, endless black fog was emitted from the black dragon sword. Suddenly, an ancient voice came from the black dragon sword. Even if billions of eras have passed, even if thousands of reincarnations have passed, even if the eras have changed, it will still be difficult to destroy. After that voice came out, it fell silent. The aura emitted from the black dragon sword became more and more terrifying. The black dragon sword had absorbed so much flesh and soul of the merfolk. Now, these flesh and soul had turned into the purest energy, crazily attacking the third seal of the black dragon sword. Tear that brat into pieces. Suddenly, a roar rang out from afar. The allied army had broken through the blockade set up by the cultivators from the Dragon Gate and Oceanic clan. They then charged towards Linfeng. This kind of large-scale battle was different from a battle between cultivators. In a battle of magical powers, cultivators had time to use all kinds of magic treasures and divine abilities to fight their enemies. Therefore, a battle of magical powers between cultivators was a comprehensive test of various factors, such as magical powers, magic treasures, and so on. However, this kind of large-scale battle involved too many people. It was impossible for the other party to give you so much time to prepare your divine ability and control your artifact. Such a battle. It was equivalent to hand-to-hand combat. The outcome of the battle depended entirely on one's physical body, reaction time, strength, martial skills, and other factors. The cultivator army was engaged in a large-scale battle. Most of the time, it was very similar to a battle between two armies in the secular world. Seeing so many troops rushing over, Linfeng held the black dragon sword. The rest of the Dharma treasures, including the God Realm Avatar, were also stored in the Mountain River Ring. He shouted loudly, "The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army, the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army, and the Giant Mermen have all been slaughtered. Quickly retreat into the ancient city." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already engaged in battle with the army. Clang, 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 uft, uft, uft. The sound of violent collisions could be heard. Ripping sounds could also be heard. Although the Alliance army had a large number of people, Linfeng seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He killed in all directions. Linfeng's physical body was too powerful. His physical body could kill a true dragon. Therefore, even if he was surrounded by an army, he was fearless. If they wanted to kill Linfeng, Linfeng would have to exhaust his physical strength. At this time, his strength, speed, reaction time, and so on would decline rapidly. This was the best time to kill Linfeng. But now, Linfeng was still very energetic. The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army began to retreat. The Alliance Army pressed forward step by step, forcing the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army to the side of the city wall. Activate the attack array and cover everyone to come in. The elder of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom royal family, who was in charge of the operation of the array, shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, powerful offensive formations were activated and blasted towards the Alliance army. At the same time, loud, rumbling sounds could be heard. The city gate opened. The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army quickly retreated into the ancient city. Charge! 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 The upper echelons of the Alliance army roared furiously. The army rushed over quickly. The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army retreated as they fought. Haha, brother-in-law is really a young hero. I admire you. Su Jiyuan and Linfeng met up. He said with a laugh. Linfeng smiled bitterly. Even Su Jiyuan thought that he and Princess Shueli were lovers. He felt so wronged. It seemed that the people of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom royal family thought so. Should he find a time to make the act real? Really make Princess Shueli his woman? The Oceanic Race princess became his woman. That seemed pretty good. Brother-in-law, you flatter me. Linfeng said humbly. The group of people retreated as they fought. Linfeng and Su Jiyuan led part of the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army, and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army to bring up the rear. At this time, the fluctuations emitted from the Black Dragon Sword were getting stronger and stronger. Su Jiyuan also noticed that the sword in Lin Feng's hand seemed to be not right. He looked at the Black Dragon Sword in surprise. When Lin Feng, Su Jiyuan, and the others retreated to the city gate, Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword emitted a series of dragon roars. The Black Dragon Sword buzzed as if it wanted to break free from Lin Feng and rush to the ninth heaven. An unimaginably terrifying power surged in the Black Dragon Sword. It seemed to want to break out of his body. Lin Feng knew that the Black Dragon Sword was crazily attacking the third seal. Kill! Charge into the ancient city. The densely packed alliance army roared and rushed over. They wanted to charge into the ancient city with Lin Feng and the others. Go to hell! Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword with both hands and slashed at the densely packed alliance army. After he slashed, Lin Feng felt that the terrifying power instantly tore apart the Black Dragon Sword's third seal. The power of the Black Dragon Sword soared crazily. Lin Feng's all-out attack condensed into a dazzling sword light. That dazzling sword light directly slashed towards the Alliance army. Puff! Tearing sounds rose and fell one after another. When the sword light disappeared, everyone saw it. In front of the ancient city, there were densely packed corpses. Lin Feng's sword, it actually killed 40 to 50,000 Alliance army. The Alliance army was scared silly. The Dragon Sex Cultivator army, the Sea Clan's Cultivator army, and so on. Everyone was scared out of their wits. That sword just now was too terrifying, too heaven-defying. Killing 40 to 50,000 people with a single sword strike was simply unbelievable. Quick, retreat into the ancient city. Lin Feng shouted. At this time, the Dragon Sex Cultivator army and the Sea Clan's Cultivator army, who were in charge of bringing up the rear, came back to their senses and quickly retreated into the city. Rumble! The huge city gate closed again. Chapter 2042. Ha ha ha! Lin Feng laughed loudly. The Black Dragon Sword's third seal had finally been unlocked. The heavens truly rewarded those who worked hard. The Black Dragon Sword, with its third seal unlocked, was simply too powerful. This treasure has been silent for so many years. I'm afraid it's unwilling to be left alone and wants to see the light of day again. Inside the demon orb, the demon Lord sat on top of the lone grave, squinting her eyes as she muttered to herself. The demon Lord seemed to know the origin of the Black Dragon Sword, but she did not tell Lin Feng. Brother-in-law, you're really awesome. What level of treasure sword is this? Su Jiyuan stared at Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword nonstop. Lin Feng said, "This treasure sword is rather special. Even I don't know what level of treasure it is." Lin Feng immediately put away the Black Dragon Sword. The Black Dragon Sword's third seal was naturally a joyous occasion. However, activating the Black Dragon Sword consumed a lot of magic power. With the slash just now, 30% of Lin Feng's magic power had been used up. In other words, with Lin Feng's current cultivation, he could only slash out 3 times at most. In order to activate the terrifying power of the Black Dragon Sword, Lin Feng needed to continue increasing his cultivation. Of course, if he did not activate the dormant power of the Black Dragon Sword, Lin Feng could use the Black Dragon Sword for as long as he wanted. These treasures usually had 2 modes. The first mode was to use it as an ordinary treasure. The consumption of magic power was relatively small, but its true power could not be unleashed. The second mode was to activate the dormant power and release the true power of the treasure. However, the biggest drawback of this mode was that it consumed too much magic power. The second mode had to be used carefully, just like the Black Dragon Sword. It was powerful. However, Lin Feng could only activate it 3 times. Swish, swish, swish. 3 slashes were sent out. His magic power was almost exhausted. His fighting strength plummeted. If in a life-and-death battle he could not kill his opponent in 3 slashes, he would be the one to die. The only way to solve this problem was to increase his strength. Now that the Black Dragon Sword's 3rd seal had been undone, its power had greatly increased. Lin Feng's emotions were surging. Right now, all he wanted to do was to raise his cultivation. As long as he could raise his cultivation by a few more levels, the magic power stored in the Dantian would be greatly increased. He could use the Black Dragon Sword however he wanted. At that time, he was already very powerful. Holding the Black Dragon Sword, meet gods, kill gods, slay the devil, 8 desolations and 6 directions. Who could compete with him? Even if the giant god came, he would still hack you to death with a single slash. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the great battle outside alarmed everyone. Everyone's gaze shifted to the outside. The one who had caused such a violent fluctuation was none other than someone else. It was the battle between the deep-sea demon emperor, the butchering god, and the dragon soul. In midair, the 4 imperial armaments confronted one another. Meanwhile, Slayer God and Long Yuan Han were attacking Deep-Sea Demon Emperor in a frenzy. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was very powerful, and the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was the descendant of the sea god Poseidon. His bloodline was extremely powerful. Therefore, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's battle prowess was heaven-defying. But the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's biggest weakness was that he was injured, and Slayer God and Long Yuan Han were at their peak. Not to mention, even though he was injured, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was still fighting 1 against 2. At the beginning of this battle, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was still able to resist the combined attacks of Slayer God and Long Yuan Han. But as the battle progressed, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's disadvantage became apparent, and the injuries that he had suppressed with great difficulty also flared up again. All of this affected the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's combat strength. Therefore, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was already showing signs of defeat under the combined attacks of Slayer God and Long Yuan Han. The situation was very bad. Damn it! If my father wasn't injured, Slayer God and Long Yuan Han are no match for my father at all. Su Jiyuan's expression was gloomy. As the descendant of the sea god Poseidon, the king of the deep-sea demon kingdom, and one of the top 10 super experts of the Sea Clan, the deep-sea demon emperor indeed had the ability to defeat the combined attacks of Slayer God and Long Yuan Han. But the premise was that he was not injured. But the reality was that the deep-sea demon emperor was injured. Immortal defying divine fist, evil dragon sky destruction, Slayer God, and Long Yuan Han once again used their powerful divine abilities to attack the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. Sea God Storm. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor also made his move. He condensed a new divine ability, which evolved into an endless storm that swept across the sky and attacked Slayer God and Long Yuan Han. Bang! The 2 sides collided again. With the battlefield as the center, a storm swept out, and huge waves surged into the sky. The aftermath of the energy dissipated. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was forced back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Father, King, countless people of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom were shocked when they saw this scene. They were worried for the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. Ha ha ha, Brother Su, it seems that your body is not in good condition. Defeat is a foregone conclusion. You can't turn the tables. Slayer God laughed. If you and Long Yuan Chang didn't sneak attack me, would I be injured? If you want to kill me, it won't be an easy task. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's voice was cold. He waved his hand, and an illusion of an ocean appeared. This divine ability was called the Endless Sea, which could block all kinds of attacks. Slayer God and Long Yuanhuan's expressions sank. They quickly charged over, wanting to kill the deep-sea demon emperor. However, they were stopped by the endless sea. The deep-sea demon emperor quickly returned to the ancient city. "Father, how are you?" Su Jiyuan hurried over and asked worriedly. "I'm fine. Defend the city with all your strength and evacuate everyone." The deep-sea demon emperor said. "Third sister is evacuating the deep-sea demon kingdom's residents." Su Jiyuan said. The deep-sea demon emperor nodded. Lin Feng looked at his cheap father-in-law and said, "Father-in-law, I have all kinds of healing pills here. They can help you heal your injuries quickly." The deep-sea demon emperor said, "You're too kind, honorable son-in-law. The reason why my injuries haven't healed yet is because there are some terrifying demonic energy in my body that hasn't been removed. If I don't remove these demonic energies, even immortal herbs of immortality won't be able to heal me." Asked Lin Feng. "Is there anything I can do for you?" asked Lin Feng. "Defend the ancient city. Evacuate the deep-sea demon kingdom's residents." The deep-sea demon emperor seemed to treat Lin Feng as his son-in-law, so he didn't show any courtesy to Lin Feng. "I'll do my best." Lin Feng said. The deep-sea demon emperor quickly entered the imperial palace to suppress the demonic energies in his body. Attack the city with all your strength. Wait until the day the city falls. We must kill every single one of them. That's right. Everybody from the deep-sea animal kingdom will die. And that Lin Feng, we have to catch him and crush him into 1,000,000 pieces. The butchering god and the dragon origin soul roared in anger. Boom, boom, boom. The 500 ancient warships fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons. The allied army also took out numerous treasures. Countless spirit stone cannons and treasures bombarded the deep-sea demon kingdom's defenses. This was because the deep-sea demon kingdom's defenses had been damaged by the two emperor weapons. Therefore, when the allied army attacked the city again, the deep-sea demon kingdom's defenses shook violently. Kacha-kacha, the defenses in many places began to shatter. Chapter 2043. Lin Feng had already expected that the defense of the deep-sea demon kingdom would not be able to withstand the attack of the Alliance army. Lin Feng did not think that he could really withstand the attack of the Alliance army. What he needed to do now was to stall for as much time as possible. He would stall for as long as he could. The longer he could stall for, the better. Lin Feng discussed with the dozen or so spirit array masters of the deep-sea demon kingdom and divided their work. Then they scattered to repair the great array. Lin Feng's main task was to repair the broken deployment spells. The others were there to support him. With Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master Sect, the work of repairing the great array seemed to have become much simpler. Many damaged great arrays were repaired. Lin Feng also added some new emperor inscriptions. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the Alliance army continued to attack the city. The defense of the deep-sea demon kingdom had begun to be destroyed in all aspects, so Lin Feng was already somewhat helpless. Fortunately, most of the people of the deep-sea demon kingdom had been evacuated, leaving a small number of people. They held on for another 3 days. Crack, crack, crack. The restrictions protecting the entire deep-sea demon kingdom began to crack. Seeing this scene, Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun immediately revealed a cold expression. In less than half a day, the restrictions of the deep-sea demon kingdom would definitely be broken. At this moment, Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun were wholeheartedly thinking of launching a massacre after breaking through the deep-sea demon kingdom. Only in this way could they calm the anger in their hearts. As for Lin Feng, They would not let Lin Feng die so easily. They thought of countless torture methods to ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. The grudge between the two sides was now too deep. Killing Lin Feng directly was too easy for Lin Feng. Other than the remaining cultivator army guarding the city, the rest of the people have been evacuated. Princess Shirley, who was in charge of the evacuation, flew over and said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Go and inform father-in-law. We should also withdraw." Princess Shirley's pretty face instantly turned pink. Previously, Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor had been calling each other father-in-law, and son-in-law. This was enough to make Princess Shirley extremely shy. Now, Lin Feng actually called him father-in-law in front of him. What did Lin Feng mean by this? Was he hinting at her? For a moment, Princess Shirley's mind was in turmoil. When Lin Feng saw Princess Shirley's blushing face, he came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was a fake son-in-law. He said awkwardly, "Princess, it was just a slip of the tongue. Please don't be angry." Princess Shirley faintly looked at Lin Feng and said, "I won't be angry, so don't worry." When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his heart. Princess Shirley found that she could no longer deceive her heart. How she wished that Lin Feng and she were really a couple. How great would that be? "I'm going to see my father," Princess Shirley continued. Lin Feng nodded. Princess Shirley left. Not long after, the deep-sea demon emperor and Princess Shirley returned. "Ha ha ha ha, son-in-law, you're quite capable. You were able to use the formation to resist the Allied army for so long. I'm very satisfied that Shirley was able to find a man like you. The deep-sea demon emperor wasn't a person who cared about trifles. He was very frank and outspoken." On the other hand, Princess Shirley's face was pink, and she looked extremely shy. When she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes became watery. "Princess Shirley is so beautiful." Lin Feng glanced at Princess Shirley. He was also astonished by her beauty. He then turned to look at the deep-sea demon emperor and said, "Father-in-law, please don't praise your son-in-law like that. Your son-in-law doesn't dare to show off his abilities in front of you. Being modest is a good thing. My son-in-law, you're really a good person." The deep-sea demon emperor praised Lin Feng again. Lin Feng felt embarrassed by the deep-sea demon emperor's praise. He said, "Father-in-law, tell the cultivator army to retreat as well. We'll be the last ones to retreat." The deep-sea demon emperor said, "It's time to retreat. Surely go and gather the cultivator army from the dragon sect and the Oceanids. Tell everyone to retreat." "Yes, father," Princess Shirley answered and hurriedly went to give the order. The crown prince, Su Jiyuan, accompanied Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor as they chatted. Su Jiyuan smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, when do you plan on marrying Shirley?" When Lin Feng heard Su Jiyuan's words, he almost coughed up blood. The deep-sea demon emperor smiled and said, "Are you too excited? Is that why you can't control yourself?" "I'm just too shocked, okay?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He naturally wouldn't say this out loud. He said, I'll have to discuss it with Shirley first before I can make a decision." "Ha, then let's discuss it properly. I'm a very open-minded person. You can decide when you want to get married. However, if Shirley is pregnant, you must get married immediately," the deep-sea demon emperor said. "Oh my God," Yi Fuqian murmured. Lin Feng wailed inwardly. This cheap father-in-law of his was too fickle in his thinking. Yes. I'll listen to father-in-law." Lin Feng hurriedly replied. The cultivator army from the dragon sect and the Oceanids began to retreat. Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor both summoned the 9 demons painting and the golden trident back. They didn't stay any longer and headed to the teleportation array. When they arrived at the teleportation array, Lin Feng discovered that it was already at its limit. Many of the runes had already begun to self-destruct. It would probably only be able to operate for another hour before it was completely destroyed. Fortunately, the people of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom had already moved away. If there were more people in the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, it would be very dangerous. If the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom had more people, countless people would have died here because they couldn't be evacuated. Lin Feng and the others also entered the array. Before the array was activated, Lin Feng set up a destruction restriction. Buzz. The array activated, and Lin Feng and the others were transported away. The destruction restriction was activated, and the teleportation array was completely destroyed. Why did they summon the 2 Imperial weapons back? Did they give up on resisting? Long Yuan Hun frowned. Could it be that something happened? Attack the city. Quickly enter the city and see what happened. Butchering God's eyes were gloomy. Soon, Butchering God gave the order. 500 ancient warships and the 2 Imperial weapons attacked the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's protection restriction with all their might. It only took 15 minutes. The restriction was completely destroyed. Kill. The cultivator army charged towards the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom. However, when they entered the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, they were completely dumbfounded. The Deep Sea Demon Kingdom was already empty. Everyone seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Chapter 2044. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared on an island. He looked around and saw a world of white fog. Where is this place? Lin Feng was puzzled. This is the ancestral land of the Deep Sea Demon tribe in the space-time reversal sea region. The Deep Sea Demon King said. Lin Feng nodded. Forces like the Deep Sea Demon tribe usually had an ancestral land. In fact, the reincarnation immortal sect also had an ancestral land. Lin Feng did not know where the ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect was, but he knew that the ancestral land was the most important place in the reincarnation immortal sect. It was a place that determined the rise and fall of a sect. The island was huge, and the space-time reversal sea region was full of dangers. Ordinary people could not enter. Therefore, this place was very safe. The Deep Sea Demon tribe was guarded by a few elders. It was originally very quiet, but now it was lively. Su Jiyuan arranged accommodations for the Dragon Sect's cultivator army. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in one of the courtyards. It was very close to the Dragon Sect's camp. Wan Yang came to see Lin Feng and reported the casualties of the Dragon Sect's cultivator army. Dragon Gate's cultivator army suffered 7,500 casualties, and 852 died. The injured Dragon Sect cultivators did not need to worry. They would recover soon. Lin Feng's heart was heavy when he heard about the deaths of the cultivators. Lin Feng said, "When we return, everyone will be heavily rewarded. The families of the deceased will receive 10 times the compensation. Their children will also be brought to the Dragon Gate Island. The Dragon Gate Island will help them cultivate their children." Master is wise, Wan Yang said, sincerely. He respected Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. It was not only because Lin Feng was the leader of the Dragon Sect, but also because Lin Feng was his master. The most important reason was that Lin Feng treated his subordinates with sincerity and sincerity. If it were other forces, the deaths of the cultivators who joined them would not be a big deal. It was very normal. Those forces would at most give some compensation to the families of the deceased cultivators and ignore them. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was different. Not only did he give out 10 times the compensation, He also wanted to raise the children of the dead cultivators. If the descendants of those dead cultivators were to be nurtured by the Dragon Gate Island, they would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. In the evening, Princess Shirley came to Lin Feng's place. The moon was bright, and the sea breeze blew. Under the moonlight, Princess Shirley was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy who had fallen from the palace of the moon to the mortal world. Lin Gongzi, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, who knows how many people from the deep sea demon kingdom would have died. Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng looked straight into Princess Shirley's eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you before that we're friends? That's why I helped you. I didn't help you because I wanted you to thank me. Now that the princess has come to thank me, it seems like you don't consider me a friend." No, Lin Gongzi, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Princess Shirley suddenly became anxious, afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand her intentions. Seeing that Princess Shirley was about to cry, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Princess Shirley's willowy waist. "Ah!" Princess Shirley cried out in surprise. Her pretty face flushed red. "Young master, what are you doing?" Princess Shirley said with a red face. She didn't struggle and allowed Lin Feng to hug her. She was pleasantly surprised. As she interacted with Lin Feng again and again, Princess Shirley understood Lin Feng more and more. The more she understood Lin Feng, Princess Shirley found that she had fallen deeper and deeper. However, she was a woman, and there were many things that she couldn't say to Lin Feng. Women were always shy. "Nothing, I just want to hug a beauty and look at the moon," Lin Feng said. Under Princess Shirley's exclamation, Lin Feng carried Princess Shirley by her waist and flew to the eaves. The two of them sat on the eaves and looked at the bright moon. Princess Shirley leaned tightly against Lin Feng's side. If all of this was a dream, she hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. I saw Naza. How should I tell Naza? Will Naza be angry with me?" Princess Shirley said worriedly. "How could Naza be angry with you?" "Don't worry," Lin Feng said. "Naza is very dependent on young master. I can feel that Naza also likes young master very much." Princess Shirley's face was full of worry. "Naza really wants to live with you," Lin Feng said with a smile. The moonlight was beautiful. People were even more beautiful. Lin Feng slowly kissed Princess Shirley. Princess Shirley's pretty face flushed red, and she closed her eyes. Cough, 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 cough. But at this moment, a cough was heard. The two of them were startled. Princess Shirley saw her father, the deep-sea demon emperor, and pushed Lin Feng away. She quickly flew down and bowed to the deep-sea demon emperor. The deep-sea demon emperor smiled and said, "I hope I didn't disturb your lovey-dovey moment." Princess Shirley's pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. She wailed in her heart, "Father, you can't do this to your own daughter." Lin Feng also flew down from the eaves and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, since you're here, this son-in-law welcomes you. This son-in-law just happens to have a type of top-notch spirit tea. I'd like to invite you to taste it later." "Ha! Spirit tea is great. When I have nothing to do, I like to drink spirit tea to pass the time. Surely lend your son-in-law to me for the night. I have some things to discuss with you," the deep-sea demon emperor said. "I have some things to discuss with you." Princess Shirley's pretty face was pink, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Did her father think that she was already living with Lin Feng? Princess Shirley didn't explain. She just nodded and left. Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor entered the room. Then Lin Feng took out a tea set and spirit spring water and began to brew tea. Although he wasn't particularly proficient in the art of tea, he still had some understanding of it. After brewing the tea, the two of them chatted while sipping tea. Sipping tea was secondary. Chatting was more important. Are you curious why I'd rather put the citizens of the deep-sea demon kingdom in danger than hand over that item? The deep-sea demon emperor asked after taking a sip of the spirit tea. Lin Feng hadn't expected the deep-sea demon emperor to be so direct. Because of this matter, he had even slandered his cheap father-in-law in his heart. But now, it seemed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Lin Feng said, "This son-in-law is indeed curious." The deep-sea demon emperor said, "The implications of this item are too great. The 9 evil dragons and the purple scale race are very ambitious. If this item is given to them, it will definitely cause great chaos. When that time comes, the entire 9 provinces will fall into chaos. Who knows how many people will die tragically and how many factions will be destroyed?" When he heard the deep-sea demon emperor's words, Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of treasure was this? How could it cause such great chaos? Chapter 2045. What kind of treasure is it? How could it cause such a huge commotion? Lin Feng asked curiously. The deep-sea demon emperor replied, "To be more precise, it's not a treasure. It's a command medallion." A command medallion? Lin Feng was astonished. The deep-sea demon emperor continued, "However, this command medallion isn't simple at all. It's called the Dead Spirit Command Medallion, and it's rumored that it can awaken the dead spirits slumbering in a mysterious space-time and make them serve you." That's... Lin Feng felt that this information was a bit strange. He continued, "Yin spirits live in the netherworld, while living beings live in the yang world. The netherworld has its own laws, and the yang world has its own laws. These dead spirits won't easily manifest in the yang world, right?" After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "From what I know, even if Yin soldiers appear, they can only travel through places where humans rarely go. If ordinary dead spirits appear in the yang world, they'll be destroyed by the laws of the yang world. Could it be that the dead spirits that father-in-law is talking about are evil spirits like zombies, corpses, or ghosts?" The deep-sea demon emperor replied, "No, it's different. Dead spirits are similar to Yin soldiers and netherworld soldiers that have independent thoughts. However, the evil spirits like zombies, corpses, and ghosts that you're talking about don't have complete thoughts. These evil spirits are driven by the remnant evil thoughts in their bodies. They're completely different from dead spirits that have complete thoughts." Lin Feng asked, "Father-in-law, are you saying that these dead spirits are similar to Yin soldiers and netherworld soldiers? But why can these dead spirits stay in the yang world for so long? I've heard that Yin soldiers and netherworld soldiers can't stay in the yang world for too long. If they stay for too long, it'll be difficult for them to return to the netherworld. At that time, they'll definitely die. Even if they don't die, they'll be guarding corpses and other things like that." The deep-sea demon emperor said, "This is the greatest secret of the Dead Spirit Command Medallion. It's a long story, but have you heard of the world-ending calamity at the end of the immortal ancient era?" Lin Feng nodded. "I've heard of it. It's said that there was a huge battle that swept through the myriad worlds. Countless races were wiped out, and countless powers were destroyed. However, the historical records of the immortal ancient era have long disappeared. There are only a few words, and we can't pry into the truth of the immortal ancient era." The deep demon emperor said, "Many things in the immortal ancient era are mysteries that no one knows of. Some time ago, I went with the 9th evil dragon palace and some strong cultivators of the purple scaled clan to explore a secret territory. After entering it, we discovered that it was left behind by a strong cultivator at the end of the immortal ancient era. In that secret territory, we saw some secrets of the immortal ancient era, including the catastrophe at the end of the immortal ancient era. The deep-sea demon emperor took a deep breath and calmed himself down before continuing. It's said that the great battle at the end of the immortal ancient era was related to the foreign worlds. The foreign worlds were very ambitious, and they wanted to conquer and enslave all the worlds in this part of the universe, including the 3 supreme worlds, the 6 Tao worlds, the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, and small worlds. Therefore, when the war broke out, at the critical moment when we were fighting against the otherworldly creatures, there was a huge power in the Universe Alliance that withdrew from the final battle. Therefore, the otherworldly creatures that they were in charge of were left alone. When the war was at its most intense, those otherworldly creatures went behind the Universe Alliance's army. As a result, the Cosmic Alliance's army was attacked from both sides, and they suffered disastrous losses. The heavenly world, the primal chaos world, the netherworld, the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, and small worlds. Who knows how many experts died in battle? The remaining people are powerless to reverse the situation. They have been trapped by the foreign world's creatures, and the foreign world's creatures are going to refine them to death. Before they died, these experts cursed them with their lives. Those who betrayed the Cosmic Alliance would become undead spirits, unable to reincarnate for all eternity, until the person with the necromancer's token found them. The undead spirits would obey the command of the person with the necromancer's token. Once the person with the necromancer's token forgave them, the undead spirits would no longer be tortured. They would be able to break the curse, enter the 6th Tao of reincarnation, and reincarnate. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be such a story. Lin Feng asked, "Do these undead spirits really exist?" "Perhaps. Since the necromancer's token exists, these undead spirits might exist as well," said the deep-sea demon emperor. "Little son-in-law, can you take a look at the necromancer's token?" asked Lin Feng. Deep-sea demon emperor took out a pitch-black token and handed it to Lin Feng. The front of the token had the word necromancer written on it. On the other side, there were densely packed skulls drawn on it. Looking at it, one would feel a chill run down one's spine. Deep-sea demon emperor said, "The necromancer's token is a pair of yin and yang tokens. This is only one of them. There's another one. It's said that as long as you obtain one of the tokens, you'll be able to sense the whereabouts of the other through the Book of Sacrifice." Lin Feng asked, "Father-in-law, are you planning to look for the other necromancer's token? These cursed undead spirits are too much of a threat. I want to find the other token, find the undead army, and release them so that they can break the curse and enter the netherworld," said Deep-sea Demon Emperor. "Father-in-law, you truly have the world in your heart. I'm impressed," said Lin Feng. "Don't flatter me. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If the 9 provinces were to fall into chaos, the sea region would fall into chaos as well. Countless people would die. Helping the 9 provinces would be helping my own people and loved ones," said Deep-sea Demon Emperor. Asked Lin Feng. "When do you plan to leave?" asked Lin Feng. "In a few days. I want to offer sacrifices to my ancestors and accompany Jiyuan, Shirley, and the others. Once I leave, I don't know what the future will be like, and I don't know when I'll be able to return." Deep-sea Demon Emperor sighed. "Father-in-law, I'm sure everything will go smoothly," said Lin Feng. "I hope so." Deep-sea Demon Emperor smiled. He put away the necromancer's token, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Treat Shirley well in the future." "I will," Lin Feng hurriedly said. Deep-sea Demon Emperor nodded and left. Chapter 2046. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the sea folks' ancestral worship ceremony, and it was very different from the humans. After the ceremony, the Deep-sea Demon Emperor passed the imperial seal to the first prince, Su Jiyuan. Evidently, He was worried that something would happen to him during this trip. If he didn't take care of the matters of the deep-sea demon kingdom, the kingdom would fall into chaos. As such, he passed the imperial seal to Su Jiyuan ahead of time. If the Yuan spirit lamp was extinguished, that meant that the person had already died. At that time, Su Jiyuan would be able to inherit the throne. Of course, Su Jiyuan was a man of great talent and righteousness. If the deep-sea demon emperor passed the throne to him, he would be at ease. It seems that this trip will be very dangerous. Lin Feng muttered to himself. 5 days later, the deep-sea demon emperor left. At night, Lin Feng and Princess Shirley sat on a roof and looked up at the moon. Princess Shirley was nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. The two of them were enjoying this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Princess Shirley raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She asked, "Since you've been talking with my father for so long, you must know what he's doing, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Father-in-law did tell me." Princess Shirley's face instantly reddened, and she spat at Lin Feng. "Shameless! Did I say that I'm going to marry you? You have to marry me even if you don't want to. Father-in-law has already betrothed you to me." Lin Feng smiled. "Humph." Princess Shirley lightly harumphed. She then said, "Ah, you're so annoying. It's all your fault for distracting me. You still haven't told me what my father is doing." Lin Feng said, "Since father-in-law didn't tell you, it means that he doesn't want you to know. So don't ask any more." Princess Shirley reached out and pinched Lin Feng's waist, causing Lin Feng to grimace in pain. "If you don't tell me, I'll punish you according to the family rules." Princess Shirley threatened. Lin Feng howled, "Oh heavens! Oh earth! My cherub Shirley used to be so obedient and lovely. How did she turn into a tigress now? How dare you call me a tigress? Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death." Princess Shirley pounced. The two of them started to fight. Lin Feng stayed in the deep-sea demon kingdom's ancestral land for another 5 days before he decided to leave. Lin Feng had been out for a while, and he did not know how things were going in the ancient desolate sea region. So he decided to go back and take a look. Princess Shirley was naturally very reluctant. Lin Feng originally wanted Princess Shirley to follow him back, but because Princess Shirley had just moved to the ancestral land of the deep-sea demon kingdom, there were too many people that needed to be settled. There were still many things that needed to be done. Therefore, she could not leave at this time. "When you're done, come to the ancient desolate sea region to look for me. I'll take good care of you," Lin Feng said with a smile. Princess Shirley's pretty face immediately turned red. Naturally, she knew what Lin Feng meant by "take good care of you." She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng flirtatiously, but when she thought that Lin Feng was about to leave, she was very reluctant. In the end, Lin Feng and the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army left on the ancient starship Xianyuan. A month later, Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Sect. Ever since they had swallowed the Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, and Rosen Island, the Dragon Sect had become the most powerful force in the ancient desolate sea region. Therefore, the Dragon Sect's development was changing with each passing day. Lin Feng was naturally very happy that the Dragon Sect's strength had grown. On the second day after Lin Feng returned, he made a trip to the Myriad Star Island. The Myriad Star Island was bustling with activity as usual. Lin Feng went to the All-Knowing Pavilion to ask about Senior Duguya and the Soul Master Dao Sect. The person in charge of receiving Lin Feng at the All-Knowing Pavilion surprised Lin Feng. It was actually Yu Lianwei, whom he had met during his first visit to the Myriad Star Island. "Lin Gongzi, it's been almost 2 years since we last met. How have you been?" Yu Lianwei asked with a smile. She was as charming as ever. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern. Fairy, everything is fine. However, I didn't expect you to appear at the all-knowing pavilion. Aren't you the vice president of the auction house? Yu Lianwei said. Young master, you might not know this, but the auction house is actually a subordinate force of the all-knowing pavilion. I hold a position in both the all-knowing pavilion and the auction house. Lin Feng nodded. I see. You're a capable person. You're busy. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, I already know why you're here. Previously, you spent a lot of money to ask the all-knowing pavilion to investigate Duguya, and we've already obtained some information. What? Is that true? Lin Feng suddenly stood up and looked at Yu Lianwei in shock. Duguya, the Duguya he had been searching for many years. His father's close friend. And now there was actually news about him. Lin Feng was extremely excited. Where is he? Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Yu Lianwei was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected news about Duguya to cause such a huge stir in Lin Feng's emotions. She said, around 20 years ago, there was a rumor that a heaven-shaking stone tablet had appeared in the southern Immortal Sea domain. Many experts went to look for it, and Duguya was among them. His origins are mysterious, and he doesn't have many friends in Jojo. Later, I heard that the people who had been looking for the heaven-shaking stone tablet had all disappeared. Disappeared? Disappeared in the southern Immortal Sea domain. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This made him worried. If Duguya had died, wouldn't it be impossible for him to find out where his mother was sealed? That's how it is. However, some time ago, our all-knowing pavilion made many inquiries and obtained some information from an ancient faction. Back then, that faction had sent a few experts to look for the heaven-shaking stone tablet, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. However, their Yuan spirit lamps weren't extinguished, which means that they're still alive. That's why Lin Gongzi doesn't need to worry. The senior Duguya you're looking for should also be alive. Yu Lianwei said. Lin Feng said. He disappeared without a trace for 20 years. Could he be trapped somewhere in the southern Immortal Sea domain? Yu Lianwei nodded and said, that's indeed a possibility. However, many factions have gone to the southern Immortal Sea domain to look for the people who disappeared back then, but they didn't find anything. It's extremely strange. I'll have to trouble the all-knowing pavilion to continue looking for him, said Lin Feng. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, don't worry, Lin Gongzi, the all-knowing pavilion will definitely do our best for you. Lin Feng continued, previously I sent a subordinate to the all-knowing pavilion to sign up for a mission. I wonder how you've been doing. Which mission is it? I'll know as soon as you tell me, said Yu Lianwei with a smile. Chapter 2047. The Tao sect of Soul Masters is a power that disappeared a long time ago, so we can only find a few of their inheritances. Even so, it's still very difficult to find their inheritances because of how long ago they were. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find anything in a short period of time. Lin Gongzi will have to wait for a while. Yu Lianwei said. Lin Feng said, I hope we can find out more about the Tao sect of Soul Masters as soon as possible. No matter how much money we have to spend, we won't hesitate. Don't worry, young master. We'll definitely find out as soon as possible. Yu Lianwei smiled. Thank you, Fairy. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Feng stood up. Yu Lianwei also stood up and smiled. Will you be free tomorrow night? Lin Feng said, I should be free. Yu Lianwei smiled. How about we meet tomorrow night? Lin Feng smiled. How could I dare to refuse Fairy's invitation? May I know where we'll meet tomorrow? Where will I meet you tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. A carriage will come to pick you up tomorrow. Yu Lianwei smiled. The all-knowing pavilion was well-informed, so no matter where Lin Feng lived on Myriad Star Island, they would be able to find out where Lin Feng lived. Therefore, Yu Lianwei didn't ask where Lin Feng lived. Lin Feng obviously knew this as well. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll take my leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists towards Yu Lianwei and left. After leaving the all-knowing pavilion, he headed towards the black market. Lin Feng had come to Myriad Star Island by himself. Firstly, he wanted to take a break and relax. Second, he wanted to go to the black market to buy some immortal iron and godstones. The Dragon Gate had several powerful blacksmiths. The Dragon Gate could already forge their own divine weapons. More and more cultivators were joining the Dragon Gate, so the Dragon Gate needed to buy immortal iron and godstones. Originally, these things were handed over to the subordinates to do. Since he had come to Myriad Stars Island and had nothing to do, he might as well purchase these immortal iron and divine stones. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could find any treasures in the black market. Lin Feng purchased all the immortal iron and divine stones in the black market. Then, he bought a lot of array formation materials. He had consumed a lot of array formation materials in the deep sea demon kingdom, and now it was time to replenish them. After buying what he wanted to buy, Lin Feng wandered around the black market aimlessly. "Come take a look, take a look. These are all treasures that have just been unearthed." Shouts came from afar. Many people gathered around. A cultivator in his 30s with a very ordinary appearance had set up a stall here. There were all kinds of things piled up on the stall. There were some antiques, some jade talismans, and some tattered weapons. They were probably antiques that had just been dug up from a tomb. This guy is Lu Junzi, the successor of the Grave Commander's lineage. He specializes in digging up other people's ancestral tombs. He doesn't do good things, but he does all bad things. So he's a grave robber, mountain-moving Taoist, grave commander. None of them have anything good. Shh, keep your voice down. If that guy hears you, be careful that your ancestral tombs will be dug up. Lin Feng heard some cultivators whispering. This made him slightly surprised. He did not expect that the ordinary-looking cultivator in front of him was actually a grave commander. This was an existence that was at the level of an ancestor of grave robbers. One after another, people went forward to inquire about the price of some items. Lu Junzi naturally asked for a lot. He asked for as much as he could. After the buyer and LV Junzi haggled over the price, the deal would be completed once they reached a satisfactory price. In total, more than 10 items were sold. Curse doll! Suddenly, the demon lord's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the word curse, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Curses were the most terrifying, mysterious, and evil power in this world. Since ancient times, many experts had been cursed. Fire crows, celestial masters, ice planes, coffin carriers, and so on. There were too many people who had been cursed. However, the power of curses was full of mystery in the eyes of many people. This was the case in Lin Feng's eyes as well. In the world of cultivators, everyone's expression changed at the mention of curses. Lin Feng looked at the stall and saw a rag doll in a corner. He could not help but think of something. He sent a voice transmission to the demon lord and asked, could that rag doll be the curse doll? That's right. Buy it. The demon lord's words were concise and comprehensive. Lin Feng came to the front of the stall, picked up the rag doll, and said, "How much is it? I'll take it." Lu Junzi laughed strangely and said, "I advise you to put this thing down. This thing is suitable for evil cultivators, not for you." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, but since I've taken a fancy to this thing, I'll definitely buy it. Tell me the price." Lu Junzi said, 100,000 origin crystals. No problem. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 100,000 origin crystals immediately flew out. These origin crystals were an astronomical figure to other cultivators. However, to Lin Feng it was nothing. Lu Junzi laughed loudly. Brother, you're a straightforward person. I like dealing with straightforward people like you. I'll give you this exorcism talisman for free. If you encounter anything evil, you can use the exorcism talisman to protect yourself. Lin Feng took the exorcism talisman, then squeezed through the crowd and left. He found an inn to stay in. After entering the room, he impatiently took out the cursed doll. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, what exactly is this cursed doll? What does it do? The Demon Lord said, the cursed doll is an extremely evil puppet doll refined from the most vicious of curses. Take a look at the cursed doll in your hand and see if there's a name written on it. There is, but the writing is very blurry. Lin Feng said after inspecting the cursed doll. The Demon Lord said, it seems that this cursed doll has already been used by someone. After the cursed doll is refined, one only needs to write the person's name on it and feed it with their blood for a period of time. Once the cursed doll gains sentience, one can chant the incantation, and the person whose name is written on it will be cursed. It's that evil? Lin Feng said in shock. The Demon Lord nodded and said, cursed dolls are incomparably evil. Kik. Suddenly, the cursed doll in Lin Feng's hand let out strange laughter. Chapter 2048. Brat, how dare you throw me to the ground? Do you want to be cursed by me? Do you think I won't curse you right now? I'll make you die a horrible death. Suddenly, the cursed doll started talking. Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Lin Feng shivered in fear when he heard that voice. The cursed doll was too strange. It could actually speak human language, as expected of a strange doll refined from the Tao of curses. The cursed doll floated in midair. Its eyes looked around and stared at Lin Feng. Swoosh! The Demon Lord appeared and looked at the cursed doll. He said, as expected, a cursed spirit has formed. How incredible! The cursed doll actually formed a cursed spirit. I'm very curious. What level of expert did you refine this cursed doll? When the cursed doll saw the Demon Lord, it screamed in fear. Emperor! You are an emperor! How can there be an emperor in this damned 9 prefectures? The cursed doll was too evil. It seemed to have the ability to think. Its eerie eyes stared at the Demon Lord. However, it soon screamed again. Ha ha! You scared me. So you're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although you still have the aura of an emperor, your physical body has long been destroyed. You don't have the strength of an emperor anymore. Is this a remnant soul? A remnant soul has fused with a portion of the origin energy. Lin Feng muttered, this cursed doll is too evil. It makes me feel very uneasy. Demon Lord, let's work together to get rid of this fellow. I don't want it to cause any more trouble. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to kill it, the cursed doll cursed, Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say that you want to kill me? Do you think I won't activate a curse right now and make you unable to reincarnate? Lin Feng sneered. Grandson, how much strength do you have left? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your grandfather? Do you think I won't burn you to ashes right now? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng summoned 4 types of heavenly fire. Purple earthgore fire, black god-incinerating fire, golden dragon divine fire, netherworld hellfire. The 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely. Even the void distorted from the heat. The 4 heavenly fires surrounded the cursed doll. Heavenly fire for heavenly fires. Brat, do you think you can deal with me with heavenly fire? You're dreaming. The cursed doll let out an eerie cry. and then the power of the curse began to surge out. If you're going to fight me, I'd like to have a taste of your strength. The demon lord said. The cursed doll, who was clamoring to attack, froze when it heard Yao Jun's words. It smiled embarrassedly and said, I was just joking just now. Don't be so nervous. The cursed doll bullied the weak and feared the strong. It thought it could defeat Lin Feng, so it was extremely arrogant. But when he saw the Yao Lord, he immediately became dispirited. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could really grasp the cursed doll's refining method, he would be able to refine one himself. Then, he could use the cursed doll to deal with whoever he wanted. Once such an evil cursed doll was successfully refined, it would frighten everyone who saw it and frighten even gods. Haha, that's right. Hurry up and hand over the cursed doll's refining method, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Lin Feng laughed. The cursed doll said, I don't know the refining method. The demon lord said indifferently, Do you think we'll believe you? The cursed doll smirked and said, I won't believe you. Since you know you won't believe me, what's the point of saying all this? The demon lord pursed his lips. The cursed doll said, I do know the refining method, but I can't tell you because I'm also a cursed doll that was refined. By chance, I gave birth to my own consciousness, but my body is still the body of a cursed doll. In other words, I'm also cursed. If I tell you the refining method of the cursed doll, the power of the curse will erupt, and my soul will be destroyed in an instant. The demon lord frowned slightly as he pondered over the cursed doll's words. He seemed to be weighing the credibility of the cursed doll's words. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The cursed doll should be very familiar with the power of the curse. Lin Feng thought of the sage's curse and asked, Cursed doll, do you know about the sage's bloodline? The cursed doll nodded. Of course. Who doesn't know about this ancient inheritance? Do you know about the sage's bloodline being cursed? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll nodded. I've heard about it. Do you know what's cursing the sage's bloodline? Lin Feng continued asking. The cursed doll looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, There are millions of types of curse power, and the number of curse techniques is as endless as the sand grains in the Ganges River. No curse is born out of nowhere. Someone must have used some terrifying curse technique to activate the curse. As far as I know, the curse of the sage's bloodline is related to the netherworld or the ghost realm. The netherworld? The ghost realm? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. In this universe, the netherworld was one of the 3 supreme realms. The ghost realm was a world created by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was mysterious and unfathomable. These 2 places were too terrifying and mysterious. They were places where the dead would go. Is there a way to resolve it? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll replied, Perhaps, but I'm not sure. Can you see if I'm cursed as well? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with an evil light. You. Suddenly, the cursed doll cried out in horror. Lin Feng's heart sank when he saw the cursed doll's reaction. He asked, Am I really cursed? You have 3 types of curse power in your body. The cursed doll cried out. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the cursed doll's words. 3 types of curse power? That's asking for my life. He asked with a grave expression, Are you telling the truth? Do I really have 3 types of curse power in my body? Even the demon lord couldn't help but frown. The demon lord might have been an emperor in the past and had seen many things, but when it came to the Tao of Curses, he still kept it a secret, because the Tao of Curses was truly too mysterious, evil, and terrifying.